Leadership, Mayor Fougere.
Good evening, everybody. We'll begin the meeting with a prayer. We beseech thee, Lord, to bestow wisdom upon members of this council in order that their decisions may be founded in justice and prudence. Amen. So before we begin our formal council agenda, we're going to begin with the honor recipients of the 2014 City of Regina Municipal Heritage Awards. So it's my pleasure to welcome these individuals along with committee members and guests who will be part of today's special ceremony. Can you hear it? Can't hear? Is that better? I guess we have to work on our sound system here. Again, welcome everybody this evening. We'll start the meeting with an honor of the recipients of the 2014 Municipal Heritage Awards. It's my pleasure to welcome those individuals, those recipients, committee members, and guests who are here to enjoy the special occasion. So I'd like to invite Councillor John Fandura, who is the Council Liaison for the Municipal Heritage Advisory Committee, to tell us about the program and the award recipients of this year. I will invite members to come forward as you're named, announced by Councillor Fandura, and then it's my pleasure to present you with your awards in the area through here. Councillor Fandura.
Thank you, Your Worship. Welcome, everyone. Historic places and heritage buildings are the living proof of our past. They give us a glimpse into the lives of people who came before us and helped to create the life and communities we live in today. They are valuable to our culture, our economy, and our environment. In recognition of National Heritage Day and Heritage Week in Saskatchewan, I am pleased to announce our Municipal Heritage Award recipients for 2014. We present these awards annually at the City Council meeting closest to the National Heritage Day, which was actually on February 17th. Since 1984, and including today's awards, the City has presented 118 awards to individuals and organizations that have made an outstanding contribution to the conservation of Regina's heritage. Award recipients are typically selected by working groups of the City Municipal Heritage Advisory Committee from nominations submitted by the public in 9 categories. Before we make this presentation, I would ask the committee members from the working group to stand and be recognized. I would like to call Ray Plosker to stand, please. And Ken Lesinski. And we have Bianca McGregor, who was on the committee. I believe she wasn't able to make it. I just want to like to recognize her. And also in the audience, we have our committee chair, Joe Rolko. Please stand. Can you give him a round of applause, please? Good job. Thank you. This year's 2 awards will be presented, more than 1 recipient in both categories. Award recipients, as Mayor mentioned, we ask that you come forward for your presentation when called upon, and also stay with the Mayor after receiving your awards for a photo. So the Mayor will come to the front, you'll come up to the Mayor for a photo. For family and friends who would like to take a quick photo, I would ask that you wait until our photographer has taken an official photo. Then you can come and take a picture. I think His Worship will stand for a while. And the photo will appear in next Saturday's Leader Post, March 8, on the city page. So it won't be this Saturday, it'll be on March the 8th. So thank you. So let's start with the presentation. Now for our first award in the new design addition category. This category is for a new design involving a structural addition to an existing heritage building that is sympathetic or compatible with the original design. This award goes to P3 Architecture for the Walter Scott Building front entrance vestibule addition. This project entails a vestibule addition that extends out over the main entrance. The original exterior stairs of the Walter Scott Building Okay, Walter Scott Building, for those who you do not recognize that or aren't aware of it, is located in Wascana Center. The addition is constructed primarily out of glass, stainless steel, stone, making it visually and physically compatible with the existing structure. The heritage value of the Walter Scott Building lies in its architecture design. It was the first building in the city to use modernist strand. It also incorporated a lot of local and regional materials, including clay bank brick, Tyndall stone, and polished black granite. In addition to respecting the main entrance, the addition is delicate in its approach. Does not overpower the facet of the area or detracts from the original purpose of the main entry. It also provides new accessibility. So I'd like to call on Andre Kowalchuk and Chris Rosell. And then we have, and one more, we have, what do we got here? Monica Gartner, please, could you come forward? Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause, please. Okay, any members of the family would like to come up and take a picture? Going once, twice? No? Thank you very much. Yes, please. Okay, the next award is the education category. The education category is awarded to endeavors that enhance the public understanding and appreciation of Regina natural and human heritage. This award goes to Biographies Regina for Regina's Warehouse District, Bricks and Mortar, Pride and Passion. The book titles Regina's Warehouse District, Brick and Mortar, Pride and Passion was published in February 2013 by Biographies Regina. The goal was to ensure the stories of the people responsible for the development of the warehouse area were captured, documented, and not lost. Over 65 chapters and 270 story pages, the book is representative of the history of this remarkable community within community. From the district pioneers who all share the frontier mindset to the area's present day coming of age, readers enjoy a mix of individual stories and community milestones. The recipients, Biographies Regina Incorporated, and the projects are both exceptional examples of how organizations can work together to enhance public understanding and appreciation of Regina heritage. I call on recipient Richard Wood and I think it's Lovella Jones. I think I said it right, if not, Lovella Jones, to come forward, please. Give him a round of applause. Thank you. So if anyone else, I see a big camera back there. Anyone else you can come forward? Okay. Anyone else from family come up? So, Your Worship, our cultural heritage forms the foundation of a vibrant, sustainable community. Regina historic places contribute to our community identity and cultural tourism. Support for cultural resources like our historic places helps retain and attract people and investment, improve our quality of life, and contribute to sustainable communities. As Regina grows into a major Canadian center, defining its cultural priorities will help our city achieve its full potential. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our 2014 Municipal Heritage presentation, and I congratulate all the winners and everyone here. Can I get a round of applause, please? Everybody, thank you. And then everyone involved with the Heritage Awards, I believe you're going to have a fun part in the room next door, Darlene Hanks, unless you want to stay and help us out with our meeting. Otherwise, you can have your cake and have a party. And I think we're going to hold the meeting and we'll come join you.
You have your cake.
Everybody's go.
Do you have your cake and eat it too?
Yes. So thank you very much. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. We'll now move to the. Can you hear me? Okay. Move to the main confirmation of the agenda.
So I'll move the agenda with the tabling of CR 14-22 and the tabling of bylaw 2014-4.
Seconder for that, please. Second. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And the minutes from the January 27th meeting of City Council. Motion for that, please.
I'll move those minutes, Your Worship.
Councillor Murray moves that. The seconder, please. Councillor Young. Any comments or questions on the minutes? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We'll go to bylaws, public notices, delegations, and related reports. We have a delegation, DE 14-19, Arlo Scott. If you could come forward and tell us who you represent. You have 10 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions from members of council afterwards.
Good evening. My name is Arlo Scott, and I, as well as my colleagues gathered here, represent the Bottoms Up Burlesque Club. We thank you for allowing us to speak today on something we're so passionate about. Established in 2009, we are an all-inclusive dance club whose members include a wide variety of men and women of all shapes, sizes, ages, and backgrounds who practice the art of burlesque for fun and fitness. There is sometimes confusion as to what burlesque is, as the term gets attributed sometimes incorrectly to a variety of different forms of entertainment. In the most rudimentary terms, burlesque can be described as the art of striptease, with the emphasis on the tease rather than the strip. However, a burlesque show is much more than that. Having its roots in the vaudeville era, burlesque has a rich history in the theater, encompassing skits, political satire, song, and dance, and yes, traditionally the removal of clothing, perhaps even a single glove or stocking to tantalize the audience. Thank you. Since the early 2000s, there's been a resurgence in the practice of burlesque, and men and women nationwide have been able to find in it a form of self-expression. All major cities across Canada now have active burlesque and boylesque groups, and successful annual, national, and international burlesque festivals have been established in Toronto, Vancouver, and most recently Edmonton. In keeping with the traditional variety shows of vaudeville, recent bottoms-up burlesque shows have featured retro and neo-style burlesque, belly dance, tribal fusion dance, contact juggling, hula hoop, singing, media art installations, and theatrical skits, and we have successfully performed at established community events such as the Cathedral Arts Festival. We typically hold approximately 4 to 6 shows per year, and our audience demographic consists of a wide age range from young adults to seniors, with an equal mix of males and females. Due to the previous provincial liquor laws prohibiting the sale of alcohol in venues where any show featuring striptease is taking place, it has been difficult for our club to book appropriate venues. Business owners are hesitant to allow us to rent their stages, as the money paid for the rental of the space does not cover the revenue loss due to the absence of alcohol sales. We have been forced on more than one occasion to make the difficult decision to censor ourselves and degrade the traditions and integrity of our dance form in order to secure a venue. When these laws were repealed earlier this year, we were thrilled that we would now get to enjoy a wider variety of available venues and the ability to grow our audience. We looked forward to finally being able to offer our audience a real night out, as most other dance shows or plays have always had the luxury of offering, for example at the Globe Theatre or the Connexus Arts Centre, who are able to serve their guests alcohol without a second thought. As you can imagine, our disappointment was bitter when we discovered that burlesque, what we consider to be a historic and culturally relevant form of dance and theater, would once again be lumped together with permanent strip clubs and wet t-shirt contests, with no consideration of context or event frequency. We feel that the proposed amendments regarding adult entertainment, which threaten to lump all forms of art, dance, and theater that contain any form of striptease, along with permanent adult entertainment establishment, is a detriment to what could be part of a vibrant, interesting, and progressive community of arts and culture in the city of Regina. The purpose of the report prepared by the Planning Commission, as stated in the content under the background heading, is as follows. The purpose of this report is to bring forward amendments to the Regina zoning bylaw number 9250 that will clarify the land use category for adult-only premises that regularly feature live adult entertainment. We feel that the report is thereafter inadequate, as it does not consider a definition that separates permanent adult entertainment establishments from community art, theater, or dance groups. The blanket recommendation of option 1 is therefore too broad and far-reaching to be a viable solution and oversteps the stated purpose of the report. We ask that Council reject the recommendation contained in the Planning Commission report and instead consider an alternative structure for these bylaws to allow community groups such as ourselves and others like us to have the opportunity to perform without censorship. If it is indeed the aim of the Planning Commission to avoid having regularly featured adult entertainment in residential areas, then we implore the members of Council to consider what small harm a community dance group such as ourselves will do by being allowed to perform at a regular licensed venue to an audience of consenting adults a limited number of times per year. We ask that you reconsider either option 2 as described in the report, that is a model similar to the one adopted by Saskatoon, which would allow a limited number of shows per month or year, or alternatively, we propose a special occasion permit model similar to a one-night-only liquor license commonly purchased for weddings or socials, which would allow a venue or organization to purchase a permit or license from the city, allowing the sale of alcohol during a specific adult-themed performance. The latter, it should be noted, could also be limited in the number available to be purchased per month or year, and would be an added source of revenue to the city, helping to offset the cost of any additional administration or enforcement. While we applaud the expanded range of zoning that Regina has applied to this matter, we feel that there must be a better solution when it comes to occasional performances. The Bottoms Up Burlesque Club is a community organization made up of wives, mothers, sisters, husbands, fathers, and brothers. We are your neighbors. We are your co-workers. We hand make our costumes and we sew our own tutus. We perform for the love of performing, the love of dance, the love of sequins and ruffles and feathers, not for financial gain. We came here today to let the members of Council know that we're out there in your community, and there are other groups out there like us, groups that don't fit the narrow, seedy definition of what you might think adult entertainment is, and we ask that you take us into consideration when voting on the proposed recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Scott, for your presentation. Are there any questions? Councillor Fraser?
Great. Thank you to you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks so much for your presentation, your words here. Can you just describe, what does your group do exactly? I imagine you have some practice scheduled, but do you actually do events right now? Like, do you perform at events or anything like that?
We do. It's basically the model is we all take classes in various dance styles, particularly for who we're representing today in burlesque. We rent venues and put on burlesque shows at various venues around the city. Our next show will be April 11th with a theme of prohibition.
And at these like, the provincial changes to legislation changed what you're able to do so far? Like, are you able to have events with alcohol right now?
Right now we are.
Okay.
it's been a very short period of time. We didn't have any events that were planned between January and the time that this sort of came about in terms of the Planning Commission. So we haven't taken full advantage of it at this point. We did perform at the Taboo Show, and they were at that time allowed to have alcohol for the first time for us.
Sure. Okay, thanks.
Hey, Councilor Fraser, other questions? Councilor Bryce?
These are really irritating, just so you know. So you stated that you dance for fun and fitness, so why do you need alcohol being served there?
As I stated, it's difficult for us to book venues. There's a reluctance from business owners to rent us the space because there is no alcohol sales. They're able to make more money if there's alcohol being served. In addition to that, we crave being able to give people a night out, be able to grow our audience in that way. It's true it's not essential, but it's nice. And we feel that we should have the same ability to sell alcohol that other plays and dance shows have the luxury of doing.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilor Bryce. Other questions of the delegation? There are none. You can return to the gallery and we'll now consider the report. Councilor O'Donnell?
Your Worship, I am I'll try that again.
Works
We
better.
good? Adult Entertainment, CR 14-12. There is a series of recommendations here. The context is this. When Planning Commission had a report before them, what we were looking at was that, in fact, as the young lady had mentioned, regulations had changed by the province, and what we did is we simply put what were existing regulations in our books to the new order. In other words, there's change of definitions or an adjustment of the definition so that it would correspond. At the time when Planning Commission looked at this, we also looked at no further changes. In other words, what was the status quo other than a change in definition is what we are proposing and bringing forward to you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor O'Donnell. Other speakers on the report? Councilor Fraser.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. So, yeah, this is obviously a very sort of complicated issue, isn't it? Anytime government has to deal with something that some people would say there's sort of a morality issue, always pretty complicated. How about now? Great. So what I was saying is that this is a tricky issue, to be sure. I've tried to consult with as many people as I can and work through over the past few days, and certainly there's many different opinions. There's a few common themes, though, that I've heard with a few people I've spoken with. Most people, I think, agree that strip clubs, as the province has now defined them, if we are going to allow them in Regina, that limiting them to industrial zones is the right step to take. I personally agree with that too. A lot of people also brought up the question of why we're regulating something like this burlesque group here tonight when other industries such as massage parlors, we really have no regulation around whatsoever. I live in the heritage community, and I know there's at least three I can think of late night massage parlors that are there that I actually think do affect the character of our neighborhood, and we don't really have any regulations around those. It's not maybe fair to suggest what's happening there, but when a massage parlor is open until midnight, I guess we can imagine that it's maybe not all registered massage therapists giving massages there. Another thing that has been brought up repeatedly is that a lot of this type of activity is already happening. Actually, we've heard about burlesque. I'll say my wife actually used to belong to a burlesque club. It's not a real fringe thing. There's lots of people who are involved, not just in this club, but through other avenues through the city as well. I've remember hearing of bikini bull riding at bars in the city. Pole dancing, and I think Regina even has a lingerie football league. So some of this is actually happening already. So I appreciate the argument to not offer regulation around this is that it would cost us money to enforce it. But we also have to remember that by not enforcing it, we're not enforcing it. So somehow, I mean, I can appreciate the status quo here. I also think the steps that Saskatoon have taken, somehow they have an added level of enforcement by actually having a process for people to go through. versus here by not having that process, somehow, again, the activity is still happening, and somehow we're offering less process around it, less control, and you could argue there's sort of more, more avenue for this to happen in Regina now than there might be in Saskatoon. So I'm a little bit torn about this. I'd actually like to see how Saskatoon's process works out. There it's limited. Strip clubs are limited to industrial areas, but then also existing nightclubs, I believe, are allowed up to 2 events a calendar month. It's not that I mean to advocate per se for that, but I do think that there are, it does affect groups like this, and again, somehow by not doing that here, we somehow have less process around it in Saskatoon. So I don't actually have I'm wondering, I guess if I'm going to make a motion, I have to make it this time. Is that right?
Amendment that's on the floor is what's in the report. So
Okay.
you have to make an amendment if you'd like to, but it can't be contrary
Okay.
to the motion.
So I guess what I would be curious to hear what other councillors have to think. I'm not actually sure how people are going to vote on this. My preference would be to either follow, I think, what Saskatoon has in place, or else to revisit this when we have a little more information. So that's my plan as of now, to probably not vote for the recommendation from Planning Commission. I'd like to hear what other people have to think. I would at least like to see us revisit this issue sometime in the near future once we have a bit more data from Saskatoon and possibly other jurisdictions across Canada. Thank you.
Councillor Fraser, are you putting a motion forward? You have 2 different ideas here. One of them is to table it. The other one is to follow Saskatoon's lead. If you want to leave a motion on the floor, you can only speak once on the report.
Okay, right.
Since you're not closing debate, either you do it now, or you can just stay the way you are. But you
Okay.
can't have 2 motions.
Sure. Well, my motion then, maybe I'll just first start with a motion to for us to adopt Saskatoon's model.
Contrary to it. It's in keeping with it. It's not contrary to it, but you're saying you're moving an amendment to adopt option 2.
Option 2, yeah.
In the report.
Just, I guess, just to test the floor with that. I mean, I'll
Seconder
put
for
it
the
forward.
for the amendment.
Okay,
There is no seconder.
fair enough. So if I could put forward another amendment then, or
Your time's almost up, but you can do
okay,
it, yes.
that we would revisit this issue when we have some data of how this is playing out in Saskatoon, maybe in a year's time.
So you want this tabled? Is this tabling motion to table?
Not tabled, but not necessarily tabled. I'm okay with the status quo for now, but that we'll revisit this. It'll be brought back to council a year from now.
So to be clear, you would support the motion, but you want a D in here, I guess, that we would have a report back
Yeah.
on Saskatoon's experience
Yeah,
within the year?
that's right. Thanks.
That is another amendment. And you seconded for that motion.
Okay.
There is none for that item.
Okay. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Fraser. Other speakers on the report? Councilor Bryce?
Thank you. Councillor Fraser mentioned massage parlors, but I see it's in this report, so I'd just like a comment from administration as to what Councillor Fraser is talking about in his community versus massage parlors in the discussion portion of the report.
Mr. Carlston?
Your Worship, I'd ask Mr. Searle, Manager, Current Planning, to respond to that definition.
Mr. Searle?
Sorry, Your Worship. Yes, Your Worship, the zoning bylaw does identify a massage parlor as a specific land use in the zoning bylaw, which is also identified as a use that could only be accommodated in industrial zones as well. If there are massage parlors operating, it could be one of several factors at play. One is that we're not aware of them. We typically would respond to such operations on a complaint basis and follow up with enforcement action. The other possibility is perhaps some were legally non-conforming or were established prior to the current provisions in the bylaw.
Councilor Bryce?
Thank you.
Other speakers on the report? Councilor Flagel?
Thank you. Point of clarification here. We heard what Ms. Scott had to say, and and how she feels it should be. What's the difference between what she's asking and what this bylaw actually says? Are we going to shut them down? Is I guess what I'm trying to get at.
Your Worship, this bylaw really reflects, it just makes changes, amendments to reflect what the previous policy was, so it's consistent, which does mean that the classification of what Ms. Scott defined would meet these definitions, so it wouldn't be permitted.
So,
Councilor Flagel?
So they would shut them down, is what I'm asking. It would, in effect, shut them down from going into bars, permits, et cetera, et cetera.
To the industrial zones, but they would not. Mr. Carlson?
Yes, Your Worship, that's right. They'd be restricted to the industrial zones. Of course, it is a complaint-driven system that we have, so that's why we've heard of some of these instances occurring, and we just haven't been aware that they've occurred on a periodic basis.
So, again, I'm missing this whole thing here because she's come forward and said that it's not what they want because it's not allowing them to do the type of job that they want to do. And, I mean, this is an adult entertainment, and you know, anybody going in there is 19 and over. I mean, let's get real. I think part of the problem is that we need to either adopt something that's going to allow this to happen, because this type of thing has been going on for 50 years. It used to be in the old Regina Press Club, but yeah, you had to stop everything and then go downstairs into a dingy old basement, and people were watching and stuff like that. And yes, I've been there. Sorry, but you know, I mean, it's adult entertainment. Come on. So what I'm trying to get at is how can we make this work so that they can do what they say they're doing. And yes, the massage parlors are going to midnight. Yes, and there's another phrase used for them as well, which is fine. And I mean, but you're right. We're 18, 20, 30 years old going into these places. We need to be responsible for ourselves. So is this breaking the law today, what they're doing? I guess that would be one of my questions.
Yes, Your Worship, I think there was a couple of questions in there. What could they do, and are they breaking the law? According to the bylaw, as it's structured and proposed here from Planning Commission, they would be. So this would not enable them to do what they're proposing to do. Ms. Scott, in her presentation, presented two options to enable it, and one would be go to the Saskatoon model. Another, which is easier to administrate, would be temporary event permits that we could issue through the zoning department.
Councilor Flagel?
So the Saskatoon model, Councilor Fraser tried to bring a motion forward on that, or an amendment. Special events, is that not what we do now, where they have a certain place, but they have to get away from the alcohol in order to perform their show? Is that not correct? They have to go into the basement instead of the main floor, or wherever.
Mr. Carlson?
Your Worship, special event permits that we issue in through zoning typically cover a wide range of uses. So I might look to Mr. Searle to
Mr. Searle?
provide some more definition.
Your Worship, the zoning bylaw does have provision for issuance of temporary uses. Some of the criteria that we look at in the review is the frequency, the duration of the event, its external impact on adjacent properties, so for example, the provision of parking to accommodate the special event, and also the context of the property and so forth. So there are provisions in the bylaw that we could potentially employ that criteria for this particular use.
Part of my issue here, Mr. Mayor, is that we live in, this is 2014, not 1950. And I think it's ironic that she wants to talk about prohibition times and the alcohol and the entertainment and all that kind of stuff. But I want to find a way somehow to allow this to happen. I mean, we need to get into the 21st century. I mean, you know what, Saskatchewan has always been called the Bible Belt for this particular reason. So I'm not sure how we can do it. I don't want to see them just fade off and go away and ride off into the sunset. And Councillor Fraser has tried a couple of different ways, and I'm not sure if somebody can direct me as to what is a possibility of maybe maybe fixing this. And I don't know. I'll listen to the others as well. Thanks.
Councillor Flegel, we had attempts at two motions, one to table and one to amend, and both did not receive a seconder. So I won't entertain another one to do the same thing again, but if you have another motion that can be seconded, we'll go forward.
Could we actually do a referral motion back to administration to revisit this so that we could actually really think about this? Because this is something that's going to affect this group and the next group. We've already decided we're going to put it into industrial area, so the parking, et cetera, shouldn't be that big of an issue because it's not at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Okay, I'll accept a referral motion. It's different from the previous one, which was to have a report back later on Saskatoon. So a referral motion, is that your motion?
I think so, yeah. But
okay, there's no debating on a referral motion, so we'll ask the question if I'll understand this. Councillor O'Donnell, to clarify.
Change to the definitions and so on. Is there a change to the definitions and so on as requested in this report that would go through despite the referral motion? That's all I'm asking.
I might get direction from the administration, but I assume that the status quo will remain until we bring this back to bring in what I would say housekeeping measures to keep the status quo. So, Mr. Carlston, do you have a comment, or Mr. Searle, either one?
Yes, Your Worship. What the administration would recommend is passing this, because essentially this does maintain the status quo, and an additional referral for us to revisit the issue. So I think that our preference would be to modify or proceed with these, because that maintains the status quo and doesn't leave us in the limbo that we might be in right now.
I can live with that.
Okay, so what we have motion on the floor right now is simply to motion of concurrence in the report. There's no other request that's here. Your time is almost up for your speaking. Do you want to move a referral motion to have a report back?
I would like to do that, put a referral motion forward so that we can get something back within, 6 months? 3 months?
Ralston?
Worship, certainly within 3 months.
Okay. Thank you.
Should have a report back within specified time. Do we all understand the amendment that's being asked? I'll call the question on the amendment. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. The motion as amended. Any other speakers? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. So, we move on to another report. There's another delegation, and this is dealing with the 510 University Park Drive report. First delegation D14-20. Rob Ruda. I hope I got that right. Please come forward. If you could identify yourself for who you represent. You have 10 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions from members of council afterwards.
My name is Robert Ruda. I represent the Toscana Place Condominium Association.
Welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to City Council. I'm a board member of the Toscana Condominium Corporation, which is a 36-unit apartment-style condo building on Aaron's Road, immediately adjacent to the northwest corner of the property to be developed. The Toscana board, as well as the remainder of its residents, are very concerned about the effects of the proposed high-density housing development will have on the traffic safety, traffic movement, and street parking. Prior to this meeting, we had attended and presented at 2 Planning Commission meetings on the same subject. The Planning Commission meeting of December 4th, 2013 indicated the proposed development was out of sync with the surrounding neighborhood. The Commission set out 4 directives to address those shortcomings and the disparities. The city administration and developer responded to these directives at the Planning Commission meeting of January 29th, 2014. I will identify the 4 directives, the response received from the administration and developer, and our assessment of their efforts to address the Planning Commission's directives. The first directive is improved ingress and egress on University Park Drive and limiting ingress and egress on Aaron's Road. Admin and developer response. A new exit onto University Park Drive was created in the southeast corner of the property, which will allow traffic to right turn exit only, which is south. Toscana Place assessment. The new exit onto University Park Drive will only result in a marginal increase in traffic exiting onto University Park Drive rather than Aaron's Road, because it would only affect the chosen exit for southbound traffic, and there is another exit south onto University Park Drive in the northeast corner of that property. Given our location, which is north of the development property, we are very concerned about the volume of traffic exiting the property and turning north on Aaron's Road. Going back to the northeast exit from the property onto University Park Drive, which currently exists, is intended to permit left turn to proceed north. However, this turn requires vehicles to cross the University Park Drive median, which is mid-block between 2 sets of traffic lights and is only about 6 feet wide, so vehicles will either have to wait until traffic is clear on both sides of the median before proceeding, or they will sit at the median waiting for the northbound lane to clear while blocking southbound traffic. Recently, one of our residents tried to exit at this access and waited almost 2 minutes before successfully proceeding. Her exit included sitting at the median while blocking southbound traffic. This exit for northbound traffic is virtually non-usable now, but would be particularly so with the proposed development at busy traffic times. We are aware that at one time in the past there had been a no left turn sign at this exit. Virtually all residents of the proposed development will not risk their life and property to make this dangerous turn, so will use Aaron's Road as an exit north. We do not believe this is a satisfactory solution to move traffic from a dense housing development. High traffic volumes and street parking on Aaron's Road will make this a very dangerous street. 1 block north from the development on Aaron's Road is a stop sign at Quance Street, and then a 4-way stop at Quance and Truesdale to the west. Traffic proceeds north from there to Victoria Avenue, but passes by Tim Hortons, Victoria Square Mall, Home Depot, Future Shop, and three other restaurants. This street is a traffic snarl now and will get much worse with high-density housing development sending most of its city-bound traffic north, this way rather than proportionate share of it onto University Park Drive. A sharp increase in vehicle and pedestrian accidents on this route will result. Planning Commission Directive Number 2, alter building layout regarding setbacks to minimize effects on the adjacent property. Admin and developer response. The developer has proposed to shift Building A further away from the adjacent property to the south. Toscana Place assessment. The developer has not proposed to move Building C further away from our property. Building C is about as close to the property line as you could possibly get. If the project is to proceed, we want Building C to be moved further away. Planning Commission Directive Number 3, reduce scale and density. Admin and developer response. The developer does not want to reduce the density of the project due to the cost of the site. Toscana Place assessment. The developer has overloaded the property to the extent the high density is out of sync with the surrounding neighborhood and the ability of the city street infrastructure to absorb it. We don't accept the administration's review that the density is acceptable. We are concerned about the density of the project relative to the neighborhood and the ability of the city infrastructure to support it, not the density of the project as a standalone factor if it were a suitable location. We are concerned about the negative effect a high-density development will have on street parking in the area. As street parking is not allowed on University Park Drive, Aaron's Road will bear the brunt of all incremental street parking from the development. Our analysis suggests there could be as many as 73 more vehicles parking on Aaron's Road, and this was before changes to the development reduce on-site parking. Given the volume of the vehicles which currently park in front of our building to the north and those which park on and adjacent to the curve by the school, the daycare to the south, there is not enough physical room to accept incremental volume of vehicles from the development. The administration says there's room for 32 vehicles to park on Aaron's Road, adjacent to the development. They must be including the space in front of our building and to the south on Aaron's Road curve, as 32 vehicles cannot park on Aaron's Road on both sides of the street immediately adjacent to the development. At any rate, given the current street parking and incremental street parking resulting from the development, Aaron's Road is not capable of parking all these vehicles. What can be done to address this issue after the development? Nothing. You can't stretch Aaron's Road or create more parking somehow. It will be a nightmare, but it will be impossible to do anything about it after the fact. We realize City Council was concerned about the lack of rental units available in the city. We understand this concern and are aware of the 0.9% vacancy rate, which has been publicized many times. We are also aware of the recent announcement that the vacancy rate has improved to 1.8%. Given this improvement and the number of rental units in our area on Aaron's Road to the east of University Park Drive, we do not see a necessity to allow the subject development to proceed, given the many significant negative effects it will cause. Planning Commission Directive Number 4, improved buffering and screening. Admin and developer response, additional screening and buffering have been added to the plan. Toscana Place assessment, the developer has added an incremental amount of buffering to the property on the south, west, and east, but has added nothing to the northwest area which faces our building. Their adjustment result in 18 less on-site parking stalls, bringing the number of the on-site parking stalls to 331, only one more than the minimum requirements. This in turn increases street parking needs by 18 stalls, more than half of the 32 the city admin says are available on Aaron's Road for street parking. From our perspective, the changes are a net negative, and again, if the project proceeds, we want more buffering adjacent to our property. So in conclusion, the developer has done very little of substance to address the concerns raised by the Planning Commission. In regard to the significant concerns about density, they have done nothing. On the matters of concern to the residents of Toscana Place, the adjustments have resulted in a worse situation than before the Planning Commission meetings, in that there will be more street parking because they have reduced parking on site. At this point, we are left with asking you to understand our position and the negative impacts this development will have on the neighborhood. Please reject this plan outright, or at least require the developer and the administration to make significant changes in the areas of project density, traffic flow and safety, and street parking. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Buda, for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? Councillor Dowell.
Thanks. Good evening. Thanks for your presentation. I think you were very concise and I want to say accurate, but I'm not trying to pass judgment, so good. I want to ask, because this was part of the discussion at Planning Commission as well, the land is currently zoned MAC, which is major commercial. So from a personal perspective, would you prefer from this development to have a commercial development beside you?
Well, the density seems to be the biggest problem with this, and the towering buildings that are being projected. Commercial, yeah, could be, well, it was commercial when we bought our place, so we are ready to accept that.
Okay. And one of the comments that came out as well at Planning Commission was that a commercial development has much more traffic volume, and it could be for extended periods of time. Do you accept that, and do you see that as an issue?
Well, what's happening now is, well, there might be a lot of traffic, but we spread over extended periods of time, that all, like rush hour morning, rush hour evening. And as far as on-street parking goes, we would hope that there would be less.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Dowell. Councillor Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Rob, for your presentation. One of the things I've done, Rob, I don't know, do you have a copy at your table there of a map? I produced a map that everyone has got here, so because I wanted to drill down a little bit more into some of those issues that you were referring to in terms of the public safety and the traffic flow and congestion. I guess just to sort of focus in on the size of the density, when you and your neighbors were sort of analyzing this project, did you kind of try to ballpark the number of residents that may end up living in these apartments? Like I know there's 220 units, some I think 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom. Did you kind of try to approximate how many people may be living in that area?
We did discuss that, but at some point, if, for instance, the apartment is rented by, say, university students, it could be a single-bedroom apartment, but there could be 3 or 4 people in there. So it was hard to come out with a hard figure.
Would you say something in the 500-person, 600-person range may be realistic, given there's 220 suites?
I would think so, yes.
Yeah. Within that sort of framework, did you discuss at all about how many maybe children in that area?
That was a concern to us because there's very limited facilities on site for those children. And then with street parking, that was a concern presented one of our previous discussions, that the children might dart out from between parked cars, and especially on Aaron's Road, where if there's cars parked on both sides, it'd be very narrow, maybe even one lane at times, and it could be dangerous for the children. So, I don't know.
Just turn your microphone on, Councillor Burnett.
I would say maybe 100 or so. I don't know. How about 100, I would say? I don't know. Children.
I guess my reason for asking, I just want to sort of point to my colleagues here to look on the map and sort of this curved part on Aaron's Road. Because I guess my thinking is that if a development of this size with that many children, they're going to naturally want to find places to play. And I agree with you totally that the nearest location is really the Wilford Walker School and Walker Playground. And I do believe that that's going to be a natural flow for many of these young kids to move across. You said with where parents drop off, pick up the children. So you've automatically got now a situation where this increased number of children moving across, going to school, but into an area that's already quite congested?
Yeah, there's a public school, a kindergarten, and a daycare there. And there's also the post office things. The teachers park their cars there, and when the parents come to pick up their children, they park, or when kids see the cars coming, they run out. So I'm really concerned about the children's safety in that area. And they're of any age. They could be like 3 years old or 14 or whatever.
Right. So that particular corner is already in sort of above the, I guess, acceptable level of density or traffic flow.
And on top of that, it's very, very sharp turn. It's a very abrupt 90-degree turn. It's not a nice, gentle thing. So there's actually blind spots. If someone's parked there and you're coming around the corner, you can't see what's coming up the street if there's lots of cars parked there until you get around that corner.
Adding a third component into this sort of mix in this particular area was the on-street parking. That basically, when you look at the location of this project, the only real on-street project or parking is in that same sort of vicinity where we've already discussed the loading zones for parents as well as the
I would expect that there will be right from Quant Street all the way up to that corner, and then probably around in front of the other condo groups that are there, because it's just, there isn't enough street parking.
Mm-hmm. And then you also mentioned too that with a lot of the cars leaving onto going east onto University Park Road, that I agree with you. I know the location very well, and I know myself that there's a natural tendency that most of the cars will probably turn to the right, and then will want to take a turn to come around Aaron's Road, because if you don't, you go all the way to Arcola, which is way out of your way to go downtown, or all the way back over to Prince of Wales to swing back on. So you're almost saying you're adding a fourth kind of risk factor into this equation. You've got not only the
Councillor Burnett, you should really ask it, frame it into a question, if you don't mind, please.
If there's traffic, if the people who are exiting that place turning south and in effect want to go north, that would be the quickest way to get around, back, turn around and come around and head up north on Aaron's Road and on Quants and then on to Truesdale. Or they'll wander through the neighborhoods to get over to, there aren't many exits. There's Truesdale, and then there's University Park Drive, and the only 2 exits in that area onto Victoria Avenue, and it's just really hard to to get anywhere out of there without using those two exits.
A second safety point or concern that I have is at the corner of Aaron's Road and Quants. That's kind of that uncontrolled walkway that goes across into the Victoria Square Mall. That maybe in your words, can you describe, I guess, your concerns right now with the current level of pedestrian traffic that goes across, and kind of speculate with the new development, the increase of traffic going across?
Right now, there's several older people, because I can see from my office window walking up the street. I myself have crossed that. As a matter of fact, I crossed it today. But as one guy said, you've got to have your head up, your chin tucked in, and your feet moving if you're going to cross there and not get hit.
Okay, thank you. And I think, too, that at that corner, there's a lot of new development happening, is there not, just to the west?
There is a big, huge, very huge Gold's Gym going in. If it's only the Gold's Gym, it's going to be a massive development. It's 1 story tall, but it's very, very long.
Yeah. And that, too, will add to congestion on that
Oh,
particular
yes. If they want to go out, especially if they want to turn to go west out of that property, I think they're going to have to come out onto Aaron's Road, turn north, and then try to get west. Otherwise, cross the traffic on Quant Street. And Quant's at times is just nuts for business, being busy.
So assuming all this traffic does come around Aaron's Road and they get to that corner, they have the option of going right or left. So if they go to the right, they'll want to take the first left on University Park again and sort of proceed onto Victoria Avenue. Can you describe the level of congestion that's in that short distance between Quants and Victoria? That's right with the turnoff to the Costco, and then the other side is the Victoria Square Mall.
I have on occasion, when there's been a lineup of vehicles lined up there and I want to get out into Victoria Avenue, I do make a right turn. You hit a light at University Park Drive. You hit another light just about half a block north, where you can go where the old Zellers used to be, or into not Walmart, Costco. And then you go then you go ahead to get up to turn onto University Park, or Victoria Avenue. Sorry.
And would you describe, you and your neighbors describe that as probably maximum capacity now, before the development?
At times, yes. There's long lineups. At times, I've waited, especially sometimes more than one light, even now, to make those turns. And especially if you're going north on Truesdale between the four-way stop and the Victoria Avenue thing. Even tonight we were coming, we had to wait for 2 lights.
And if you take a left off at Quants and Aaron's Road there, you end up going down to Truesdale. And there's 2 lanes that take you down to Victoria that branch into 3. But as you mentioned, the right-hand lane is, in many occasions, blocked because of traffic trying to get into the Tim Hortons. And have you witnessed on any occasions individuals jumping the queue and going down the wrong side of Truesdale?
This was mentioned at one of the previous Planning Commission meeting, and I think the fellow wasn't quite clear. What happens is there are 2 lanes. One has to turn right. One can go straight. One can turn into Victoria Square Mall. When you get close to Victoria Avenue, there is a 3rd lane that appears. It's about maybe 3 car lengths or 4 car lengths long. But when you turn left on there, then you have to turn left onto the ring road. You can't carry straight through or fight your way back through the traffic trying to get over to the right so you can carry on if you want to go downtown.
Just a question, changing from density onto kind of, I guess, the NIMBY, not in my backyard. You've mentioned a number of references here that in your expectations would have been in talking to the developer that could they have reduced the size to, let's say, 3-story buildings, or reduce the number of buildings from 4 to 3. And if that had occurred, would that have, would that have been an acceptable level of density?
It would be subject to a total discussion. In myself, I would like to see something that's more compatible with the area. Like they can have four buildings that they want, but I think maybe maximum 2 stories tall, and that would kind of blend in with the surrounding area. Right now, it's out of sync with everything in the proposed project.
You touched on, in our OCP, we talk a lot about complete communities, and that's where there's a good mix of multi-units, single-family services, et cetera. Would you describe that whole area as probably a very complete community?
If you go a little bit further away from where we are, there's a mixture of everything. Across the street from us, there's people with houses and children and all that sort of stuff. We're in condos just south of that. There's all those lower single-story condos. There's a whole raft of them there next to the school and stuff. So there's a mixture of people and children and adults and working people and retired and everything. It's a mix, a real good mix. In our own building, we have some working people, we have some retired people, and some very old people who don't even have a car.
Thank you, Rob. Those are my questions. Do you have anything else you'd like to add that we may have missed in terms of kind of highlighting the safety or traffic flow congestion issues?
I can't think of anything right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions of the delegation? Pretty good cross-examination there, Councilor Bennett. That's good. You can return to the gallery. Thank you very much, and we'll move on to our next delegation. That would be Jim Friesen.
As you can see, I'm not Jim Friesen.
I can see that, yes. Identify yourself, who you represent.
Yes, my name is Becky Salib, and I'm reading this on behalf of Jim, who couldn't make it. These are now Jim's comments. I'm representing myself and several of my neighbors who have asked me to inform our City Council members of concerns we have with this proposal as submitted by Seymour Pacific Development Limited. I thank the City Council members for the opportunity to read this prepared statement. Our primary concern is the dramatic increase in vehicle traffic this proposal would inflict upon current residents, especially given the inadequate road infrastructure to accommodate this number of new residents. The increase in traffic would not only be created by residents, but also by all of the other support vehicles, such as moving vans, constantly moving renters in and out, garbage trucks, and others. We trust that this council will not simply rubber stamp a flawed traffic flow study prepared by a very biased developer. Imagine that, imagine there's not even an exit from the property onto University Park Drive allowing for a left turn to proceed north, and one cannot enter this property by making a left turn from University Park Drive. The street is not wide enough to allow for the appropriate infrastructure to safely make these turns. To proceed north, residents would have to use Aaron's Road exit, which would very easily become overcongested. Apparently, our city planning employees have accepted this flawed study as prepared by the developer and have wrongly concluded that there will be little impact to our community. At very minimum, an independent traffic study should be completed. We are certain that the study, which shows some very different conclusions as those to the developer's study. It is troubling that the city planning employees totally accepted the developer's traffic flow study without an impartial due process on this subject. In fact, we have been advised by our city planning employees that the developer is not prepared to hand over the details of exactly how they completed the study, stating that it was their own property. Our city planning employees have further advised that the study has met their criteria. In our view, it is abundantly clear that their criteria is woefully lacking, and an impartial, independent traffic study would clearly demonstrate that. Some of the other concerns expressed by numerous residents are: 1, traffic and pedestrian safety for seniors and elementary school students. With the increase of 220 new residences and probably 400 plus additional vehicles situated on this property and parked on the surrounding streets, there will be some very real pedestrian and traffic safety issues, especially given that there is an elementary school and a senior citizens complex across the street. Statistics show that most pedestrian accidents involve either children or senior citizens. The younger average age and the transient nature of rental properties suggest that vehicles will be traveling faster and therefore are more prone to accidents, especially when given the inadequate road infrastructure currently in place. Our city planning employees, again, do not think that this is an important issue. Rather, they suggest that due to parked vehicles on both sides of Aaron's Road, the traveling lane will be so narrow that traffic will have to slow down. We were not aware that this kind of action was actually city policy for reducing speed limits. They fail to mention that this will lead to parking on several other streets, and of course they do not mention the danger of children darting onto the streets from behind all those parked vehicles. Number 2, lack of adequate green space. The developer has shown a very limited amount of green space on this property with a few trees and shrubs. It is obvious that the developer is trying to cram the maximum number of rental units possible into a confined space to provide maximum monthly rental income with no regard to neighborhood aesthetics. Our city planning employees have approved this dwelling density, citing 2 other properties in Regina with similar densities. The two examples I gave were not even close to being on point to this project. The two examples given were both several two-story buildings which were designed prior to the infrastructure which allowed for adequate parking and traffic flow. This proposal by the developer allows for one parking spot above the required minimum standard. Without any doubt, this will cause very congested parking on Aaron's Road and any other street in the neighborhood. These very basic and cheap-looking cookie-cutter four-story structures situated in close proximity to each other would certainly look out of place, like an out-of-place afterthought. This is totally inconsistent with all surrounding properties. Our neighborhood has gone to great expense to provide adequate green space for the enjoyment of our neighborhood residents. Our city planning employees, again, do not see this as an important issue and simply state that this project meets the minimum standards. This eyesore may not be an issue for them, but it certainly is for our property owners in our neighborhood. Number 3, a substantial property value decrease due to neighborhood overcrowding and related problems. There is little doubt that our current property values would decrease if these 4 apartment buildings are constructed on this vacant lot. Who would want to purchase a home bordering on this high-density apartment complex as is proposed by the developer? I think no one in this room would want to. It simply is not fair or practical to insert a project at this size into an already developed neighborhood with mid to high cost homes. We all purchased our property with full understanding that the property in question was zoned for major arterial commercial and not for residential multiple housing as is proposed. I am certain the majority of property owners in this neighborhood would not have purchased their current homes if they were aware that this project was going forward. Many of us purchased our homes in good faith in our city zoning plans. We purchased these homes as our retirement home in a quiet upscale neighborhood with only average vehicle traffic flows. It's not fair to now change the rules and inflict upon us this proposed major development. If approved, this development would substantially deteriorate the quality of life for all neighborhood residents. Most of us spent our working years in Regina. In fact, we helped to build a city through hard work and paying our share of all taxes. We are aware that Regina is in need of additional rental properties. However, a project of this size should be developed around the city perimeter. New property owners would then be aware of the situation and make their property purchases accordingly. We assume that due to the reclamation of this previously contaminated property, that the cost to purchase it would be substantial. We also assume that this is one of the reasons why the developer is attempting to build an excessive number of rental units into this confined space. Our city planning employees neither agree nor disagree that proper values will decrease if this project proceeds. Rather, they say that this cannot be determined in advance. Well, we can assure them that indeed they will decrease. Common sense dictates that they will. We are not totally opposed to some kind of an apartment rental development on this property. However, it would have to be substantially reduced in the number of units with additional green space to suit the neighborhood. Our City Planning Commission has asked the developer to make some of these changes, but the developers refused to do so. Consequently, the last vote by our City Planning Commission ended in a 4-4 tie vote. We respectfully ask council members to take the time to thoroughly investigate this proposal. Please do not make your decision based on the local politics of our rental housing situation and the desire to develop this vacant lot. We further request that you look beyond the recommendations of our city planning employees. Some of their decisions were clearly made using self-serving and flawed information. The traffic flow study by the developer is one case in point. Excuse me. We further suggest that in our view their conclusions were strongly influenced by the local politics of this subject and took the path of least resistance. Multiple housing starts were up 54% in October 2013 over October 2012. In 2013, there were 1,876 multiple housing starts. This is the most in over 35 years, and the immediate rental housing need has subsided to the current 1.8 vacancy rate. We feel that the recommendations and conclusions reached by our city planning employees are lacking in due process, common sense, practicality, and with absolute no compassion to regard for current City of Regina residents in the area. We respectfully ask our City Council members to decline this application today for the reasons given here this evening. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? Councilor Burnett.
Thank you, Becky, very much for representing Jim tonight. I won't take you through the full grilling of questions that I did with Rod, but if are there any pieces of information that you'd like to add to any of those questions, like where we talked about the safety or anything? Is there anything that you, while you were in the audience, you might have thought, oh, I wished I could add that to the conversation.
There was one thing that I read in the Regina Leader Post, an article by Mr. Johnstone, that housing starts rose about 3,000 units in both 2012 and 2013, more than triple the 30-year average, with the biggest gains among multifamily units. So I think that's indicative that the rental unit situation is going down, and there's no need to try to cram so many buildings in such a small space and try to fit a round peg into a square hole.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burnett. Other questions? Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks. Good evening. I want to ask, as I did the previous delegation, and you stated in here, so I want to be clear, you understand that it is zone MAC and it could be commercial. Is that a preferential development for you?
Yes, I think that was our expectation, that that's what it would be. And we have no complaint against a rental or a multiple housing development there. It's just the density that would create the traffic flows.
And as I said to the previous delegation, information that I have is that there'd be much more traffic flow from a commercial. And I'm going to use an example of a hotel where there would be a lot of coming and going. And again, I ask you, is that preferable?
I'm not so sure that that's even a relevant argument, because I don't know that the hotel would really go there. There are a number of them in the area.
Okay. Last question. I noticed in your comments you talked about building rental accommodation outside of the city and let people move there. Can I get you to elaborate on why you would say that?
Well, I guess because you're trying to put something into an existing neighborhood where the planning had already been done at what that neighborhood should be, that it seems that if you are planning a new development, it's far easier to put your mix in and get your infrastructure right at that stage of the game and not after the fact.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Other questions? There are none. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll move on to our next delegation. Kent Coleman. Mr. Coleman, if you could identify yourself and tell us who you represent. You have 10 minutes for your presentation, and as with the other speakers, you may have questions from members of council afterwards.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and councillors. I'm Kent Coleman. I'm a homeowner in the area. And the City Council has this opportunity to ask the developer to modify their design to make it acceptable to the citizens of New Gardner Park. What is being asked for by the developer is a change in both the zoning and the concept plan for New Gardner Park. New Gardner Park is a suburban community, not that urban high-density solution being proposed by the developer. Although we in New Gardner Park do not object to some rental housing being built on this site, the residents of New Gardner Park voted 98% against this massive development that dwarfs the present population. We propose that you modify the requirements to this plan by reducing the density so that no more than, say, 3 buildings here, but I really think 2 buildings maximum. And I think the best idea would be subdivide the property to R5s and R6s so that the patio condo homes can be constructed on the Erin side of the property and the apartment buildings built on the University Park side. At present, New Gardner Park has 105 homes and 66 condo units for a total of 171 owner homes. The proposed apartment projected by the Campbell River developers will have a total of 220 apartments. This number of rental homes is greater than all the 171 owner homes in New Gardner Park. This will profoundly change the nature of our neighborhood and the value of our homes, financial value of our homes. If you take just the condo developments adjacent to the proposed apartment projects, the ratio of rentals to home ownership would be over 3 to 1. This area will be thought of as a rental neighborhood. This is completely the opposite of its present state as a homeowner neighborhood, as shown in the concept plan. Also, we live in a suburban neighborhood. The R6 designation allows urban construction with little green space. As a result of the changes, the value of our homes in this area will decline. These are homeowners, are also investors in Regina, in their homes and in their condo units. Once this inappropriate for our neighborhood construction is approved, we will lose money as developers from Campbell River make profits. I'd like to talk about the review process next. In the planning review process, the neighborhood voted 98% against this particular development. And I've talked to others who didn't respond to the planning department. They told me they also have strong objections to changing our neighborhood. The people of our neighborhood overwhelmingly rejected this particular project because it will negatively affect the neighborhood in a variety of ways. Others will talk about traffic problems and other serious concerns, but I want to talk about investing in a residential neighborhood. Only to find out that the last piece of property is being changed to a huge and overwhelming rental project. With this type of rejection by the residents of New Gardner Park, one would have thought a consultative process would have been entered into, in which a consensus process would be engaged to find a win-win solution for all of us. This did not happen. A consultative process with the residents would have led to a successful conclusion because we want a resolution to this piece of property. The developer has only offered one solution with a few minor band-aid changes. It would not change the overwhelming nature of this intrusion of this project. What is the point of neighborhood involvement in the review process if our wishes are completely ignored by the planning department? Third, is this proposed plan good for renters? Now, I've lived in 2 different apartment buildings prior to buying a house in New Gardner Park. The last one had more green area than pavement. Prior to that, I lived in an apartment complex, and it had tennis courts, swimming pools, children's play areas, and party rooms. I bring this up because the proposed project has none of these features. In fact, it has no amenities at all for potential renters. It offers only the minimum 5% land surface for green areas, the minimum requirement. And this is green area that's going to be for walking on, beside buildings, so it's not an open type of green area for people in general. None of the rest of us in New Gardner Park could build to this low standard. And this completely contrasts with the rest of the neighborhood, which is known for open green spaces, gardens, lawns, and trees. For a renter with children, they'd find that their children would be playing in parking lots in the small, tiny green space hugging the edges of the building, adjacent to parking areas or busy streets. Access to larger green areas can only be achieved by crossing 2 very busy streets, University Park or Aaron's Road. This problem can easily be reduced by reducing the complex. In conclusion, this development offers minimum amenities to renters, creates traffic problems for the neighborhood, and changes the type of neighborhood we live in from a homeowner neighborhood to a rental neighborhood. There is now approximately a 2% rental rate or higher in Regina. I have been told that approximately 2,000, I heard 1,800 new rental units will be available to renters in 2014. There is no urgency to approve this project or for the developer to construct it. It's not that we object to some rental properties being built on this property, it's the scale of this particular development. The R6 standards are designed for an urban environment with minimal green space. New Gardner Park is an open suburban neighborhood. Let's keep it that way. We would like to work with the developers to find a win-win solution for all the involved parties in this development. Once this decision is made on this property, it will stay unchanged for the next 40 years. So let's make a good decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman, for your presentation. Other questions of the delegation? Councilor Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Kent, for your time this evening and the presentation. I guess I'll ask the same question I did with Becky. They've had a chance to hear some of the other presentations. Is there anything missing, or are there any points you'd just like to add that wasn't in your submitted presentation?
I suppose one point that a lot of people think this is a low-income development, and it's going to somehow influence and be beneficial to low-income people. This is not the case. This place is $1,500 a month. I was been told by these people here, but by the developer that presented earlier, it's going to be over that price. the apartment I moved from is only $1,000 a month. They right now are asking people in their apartment units to find new people to come in and rent their empty units. They're offering $250 if you can find somebody to come into their units. So right now we have existing apartment buildings that are paying people to come into their units. So it's not like we're in any sort of crisis mode for this. And I think this particular development will be really bad and could be the beginning. Like, you always wonder why do neighborhoods start to go downhill? I mean, that happens in town. Why do they start to go downhill? And it's something that starts negatively affecting the neighborhood, and people start saying, "Oh, I don't really want to move there. Why would I move there?" And to me, this is the sort of thing that would do it.
Thank you for that. Other questions? Councilor Burnett?
And just one follow-up point. You made an interesting comment in terms of feeling that our process in terms of consultation with local residents on these infill projects may not be as effective as you'd like to see. Do you have any suggestions that you think might improve kind of this dialogue between the residents, the city, the developer?
Certainly. I think if the planning department invited some community members to be a part of their planning decisions, and this happens on a lot of different groups. I work for the Ministry of Health, and wherever we're doing a hospital or any nursing care, we always had community participation as part of the building process. That was just a natural part of what we did, and I think that would be very helpful for this and other types of building processes.
Thank you, Councilor Burnett. Councilor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much, and thanks for your presentation. So, Mike, you didn't comment on this, so I'm going to ask this question, and it's about parking.
I would like to see a commercial building going in there.
No problem.
More shopping.
No problem.
I'm all for it.
So we'll go back to parking. The standard is 1.5 parking stalls per unit,
right?
Not just for this development, but for every other development that is occurring in and around the city, both before and that will follow. When I heard other delegations speak before, they said parking is going to be an issue. Is the issue this development, or is the issue the criteria?
In this particular case, it happens to be the location of the development. With no parking on University Park, you can't really park in the Sobeys parking lot. So all the parking is going to be on Aaron's Road. And so in this particular case, my understanding is that 1.72 is actually the amount of cars people have per family. So I'm not sure. I know I have 2 cars per my family, so and everybody else can take a guess as to what they have. Who knows how many people are going to be living in these units? They're mostly 2 bedrooms, so if there's not a family, then there'll probably be a couple of people at least, both with cars.
Thank you, Councilor O'Donnell. Councilor Fandura.
Thank you, Worship. Through you, Mr. Coleman, there was some comments made about parking and comments made about Aaron's Road. Mm-hmm. If you look at the Aaron's Road, the houses that are on Aaron's Road in Tuscany, the houses that are facing Aaron's Road, from this picture here, I see there's most of them have driveways onto Aaron's Road. Is that correct? As you see it, do you know that area?
I don't live over there. So.
Okay. So my question is then to you: how is the movement of the cars if you're driving that way for like as a winter? So I'm trying to picture this because I'm looking at 331 parking stalls, 220 dwelling unit apartment, with possible 500 vehicles in that area. So I'm looking at this math here to see how is that going to fit in there. So in your word, the question was asked of you: is parking or the traffic congestion as most important to you? The density was one, but what would be the most important thing to you?
Well, I live over in the housing portion of it, so I would imagine that there's going to be a lot of parking on the streets. There's just barely sufficient parking within the proposed complex itself. So there will be a lot of parking on streets. People coming to visit will be parking on the streets. And with 220 units. There's going to be a lot of visitors coming there. So there's going to be a lot of street parking, and you can only park on Aaron's Road. You can't park any of the other places.
Thank you. And then, Your Worship, you mentioned that amenities, meaning as a green space and some activities, some play structure, some things. It sounded like that was important to you in a complex this size.
It is, and I've lived in complexes this size, and they always had this as part of their facilities. So I'm surprised we're seeing something like this without any type of, and to me, there's a problem with the R6 designation, because you're building buildings without thinking about where the children who are going to be living in these buildings are going to be playing. And I think that R6 needs to take that into consideration.
And just one more, Your Worship. You mentioned with subdividing that property and having the south portion of it being houses, like
right along Aaron's
duplexes or a line of houses to separate that area. Mm-hmm. Can you give me a little more? Where do you like that idea?
Well, for two reasons. It will reduce the density of the whole neighborhood. It'll put the higher density in over on University Park, which is designed, it's a major arterial, whereas Aaron's Road is just a suburban road. It's not really a major arterial type of road. And that way we'll have housing or patio. I see an extension of that patio condo development that's on the south side. And that would help alleviate the overall congestion and make Aaron's Road a viable type of place, viable street.
Thank you for that, Mr. Copeland.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Fraser. Other questions of the delegation? If there are none, you can return to the gallery. Thank you very much. And we'll go on to our next delegation, Jody Wright. Mr. Wright, if you could identify yourself, who you represent. You have 10 minutes for your presentation, and then maybe questions after.
Thank you. Good evening, Your Worship and members of the Council. My name is Jody Wright, and I am the General Manager of Broad Street Properties. And tonight, I am honored and thankful to have the opportunity to speak on behalf of Broad Street Properties for the application for 510 University Park Drive, and also share with you who we are as a business, our rental demographics, and how we manage our business. Our company, we are a leading-edge, dynamic rental management team who are committed to providing a superior rental experience and exceptional homes for our valued clients, individuals, and families across Canada who value flexibility, security, and quality. Our team works hand in hand with our sister company, Seymour Pacific Developments, to build and manage Canada's most impressive rental homes. Our ability to have a construction arm to our business demonstrates our commitment to excellent product and gives us the ability to influence our product design and strategically position ourselves in key marketplaces in order to produce a healthy inventory of available housing across Canada. And when looking at servicing demanding markets across Canada, currently, Broad Street Properties owns and operates 4,500 stabilized rental apartments with a tenant population of approximately 8,300 people, which is just shy of 2 tenants per apartment. We have also aligned ourselves with major centers in order to service their housing requirements. For example, Edmonton, Red Deer, Cold Lake, Lloydminster, Saskatoon, Regina, Winnipeg, Selkirk, and Thunder Bay, Ontario. This year alone, under one team, we are positioned to contribute an additional 1,500 multifamily units for Canada's housing inventory. Regina alone is positioned to receive 500 plus units of this year's forecast. So why Regina? It has been recognized that the City of Regina has a vacancy rate well below the national average and is in need of inventory in order to bring its vacancy rate into a more stable domain. Also, Regina has areas of interest, and we believe our product will assist in revitalizing those areas, ultimately fulfilling the city's housing goal of putting people where there are already people in a working and living environment. And who are those people? Well, our rental product attracts the young professional who is seeking quality, value, setting expectations, and a healthy lifestyle. On average, 80% of our demographic is anywhere from 20 to 45 years old and are demanding a redefined rental experience. Our rents are pushing upwards of $1,500 per month and compete against condominiums. It is our obligation as a landlord to take on average 30% of revenue and allocate those funds to maintenance and land expenses in order to maintain the integrity of our buildings, which we believe has contributed to the outcome of the average tenancy for our product ranging from 8 to 13 months, making our properties a stable environment. So in order to manage a stable environment and redefine the rental experience, we stay focused by using our Refresh Home standard, which is comprised of 7 elements that help maintain our promise to the client and the surrounding neighborhood. Those key elements are, first off, community. When looking at the setting we create in a marketplace, we are inspired with building communities and providing services along with amenity spaces which will attract the right client. Functionality. Our product is designed for the client to ensure all of their functional living needs are met within the apartment and the property grounds. For example, we have 5 appliances in our suites. We're just over 900 square feet. We're an open concept with high finishes. Appearance. The interior and exterior of our rental product is considered to be timeless and has been designed to mature and allow the clients to be proud of their accommodation and to have surrounding environments blend into the design concept. Quality. This is ultimately a reflection in our rental price. Victoria Views, the property of discussion, is scheduled to come online at $1,445 per month per 2-bedroom unit, which complements the value in our construction and maintaining the quality of our buildings and how Broad Street Properties is obligated to the client to manage all of its contributing factors, such as exterior landscaping, parking lot improvements, and in-house maintenance programs. Flexibility. It is becoming socially acceptable to rent, and our rental programs and leases are aligned to support the accommodation needs of the client throughout the different stages of their life. Safety. An essential part of managing the comfort level of our clients and portraying a positive reputation for the neighborhood truly depends on positioning our buildings within a new marketplace. When positioning our product, we always consider location, accessibility, having the right type of lighting, security systems, and a proactive maintenance in order to produce a clean visual to the public eye. Having local on-site management is an investment which has been recognized as another asset in providing assurance. The last element is the love it factor. This is a guiding element we are proud to offer our clients and make Broad Street accountable to deliver an experience what no other rental management company can do. In conclusion, our client-focused rental services offers convenient solutions and flexibility to new and existing clients of Regina and to the city who is seeking support with trying to satisfy the ever-changing demand of the housing market. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Questions? Councillor Bryce?
Thank you. You speak of community. Did you hold any open houses prior to planning to see what the community wanted in this space?
No, we haven't.
Okay. Is there any green space included in your development?
There is green space included in our development, and I apologize, Councillor Bryce. The next speaker is going to speak on behalf of the green space.
Okay. I also was trying to do some, I looked through your presentation, and I was doing some research on your company, and I went with the website that you have listed beneath your presentation, and that website said it wasn't available. I did find it on another website, but I just thought I'd let you know that the information you provided isn't complete.
I apologize for that. Yeah, sorry. I know it's technology is always a challenge, even tonight with the microphones, but definitely I apologize for that. We have a marketing team that manages that. So, thank you.
Other questions of the delegation? Councillor O'Donnell.
Thank you. So I want to bring you into my world. It's called parking.
Yes.
So you have other developments in other areas. Is the 1.5 spaces per unit typical or excessive or undervalued?
And I don't want to speak too much to this, but the next speaker will address this concern. But yes, as the general manager, I manage parking. It's one of our #1 concerns. On average, we use a 1.5 ratio for every tenant. In that makeup is visitor stalls, barrier-free stalls, loading zone stalls, and on average, 85% of our parking designation is utilized, representing roughly about 15% of our tenant population do not own vehicles. They're a renter, so they rely on infrastructure to travel.
Thanks for that. So if you could do a comparison for me of this development versus other places that you have developed, and if I look at the neighborhood, saying there's grocery stores, there's Costco's, there's professional offices, there's restaurants, and so on, is that what you're looking for, and is that what your clients are looking for?
Yes, you bet. I think it's good planning when you look at trying to put people where people already are. So our demographic, they're seeking amenities, they're seeking that infrastructure where there is grocery stores where they can conveniently walk to. There's schools nearby. There's parks and recreational space that they can access. Yes.
Good. So one other question as a follow-up. You talked about trying to cater to a young professional. So if I looked at this area, there may be doctor's offices, there may be other types of, would it be possible or is it common that those people want to move into a rental situation and walk to work or work in the area, or is this just, I just want a place to live and I'll go wherever I want?
No, we're seeing it more and more. Our properties throughout Canada, we've seen the infrastructure slowly start to come around us, and it's a shift, and people are actually choosing to live where they can work.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Flagle.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and welcome, and thanks for your presentation. I know back in planning I asked if there was a possibility to downscale. You've heard from the residents talking that it should be 2-story, and yet there's 4-story condos right by them, and you should be all just single bungalows, and yet there's 4-story buildings all over. So have you looked at reducing the footprint actually from 220 units down, or have you come down to 220, I guess would be even a better question.
That's a great question, Councillor Flagle. Unfortunately, I'm unable to answer that question. I'm going to lead that question up to the next speaker, if that works for you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, then maybe if you can answer this. Where else in the city have you built?
For sure. So currently right now, we're just up in the northeast, just as you kind of enter the city limits there. We have a new development going on, Henderson, in that area. We currently have about, there's 182 units that are fully occupied and functioning, and we have another 170 units coming online starting in May.
In Northeast?
In the Northeast.
Okay. So you're saying by Prince of Wales?
I'm not too familiar. Just up in the north there's the Walmart.
Yeah, that's straight north, yeah.
Okay,
It's
Hawkstone.
called Hawkstone.
Okay, thank
I
you.
know, I
Yeah.
thought maybe you were doing another one too, but yeah. No, I knew of that one. And you're telling me that that's fully occupied?
It's fully occupied, and we have a waiting list already.
And how long of a build was that?
Our builds typically, depending on weather and services, are about 7 months. So during that build process, we engage in our rent-up, and our goal is to have move in a fully occupied unit once it turns over to the rental management team.
If I ask you a question about the roads and the roads around it, are you going to defer me to?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, you
so
bet.
have you been asked by the city to look at helping to redesign University Park, Aaron's Road, any of the parking issues that have been brought forward tonight?
Yeah, nothing. Of my recolletion, we haven't been approached on any kind of infrastructure improvement for adjacent roads.
Good. Thank you.
Councilor Fundura.
There you go. Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you. Question, in your 220 dwelling units, I know there's a standard for barrier-free units for persons with disability of all kinds, visually impaired, or all. How many, would you know how many you have, or you will have?
Yes, no, great question. As a developer, we're scheduled to meet the provincial requirements. And you kind of got me on the spot here. They're all positioned on the first floor, so I believe it's 50% of the first floor that we have to designate to our barrier-free situation. So it's all dependent, but it's all already been accounted for.
So when I look at, when you say talking about parking stalls already designated for persons with disability and all that?
That's correct.
And these dwellings are going to be in line with the parking stalls. Are you just going by the minimum standards that or are you venturing out and kind of going a little bit outside that box and say, you know what, I think we need more houses and apartments and things like that for persons with disability, persons barrier-free? I mean, the total unit is that when you have wider doors, you have kitchens and bathrooms and all that. Is there something that you're looking to? What happened in the one up in the northwest there? Is there something like that there?
There is. I would like to, answer your question in two parts. Okay. And the first part is speaking to our properties up in the north. Currently, right now, we only have a half dozen barrier-free units actually being occupied by individuals that need that type of service. But what I would like to kind of speak to that and refer to some of our properties up in Saskatoon on the west side. And we actually have one building that we took it upon ourselves as a landlord to create more barrier-free units because of the demand. And so we went out of our way to kind of reconstruct the units to accommodate the services.
Your Worship, that would again. That was my question. With the next one to lead to that. So thank you for that.
For sure. Yeah. Just
you,
add, we're client focused, so it's our mandate to make sure we're doing our best.
So just one more. The question would have been is that as a property manager, you would know what you have questions. Or the citizens out there asking you when they're renting, correct? So you would know the numbers. I'm hoping that you will continue in the future thinking about the barrier-free construction and all that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Friender. Other questions of the delegation? There are none. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll move on to our next
Thank you, Your Worship.
delegation. Thank you. Sean Roy. Mr. Roy, if you could identify yourself, who you represent. You as well have 10 minutes for your presentation, and I'm sure there'll be questions afterwards.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. Good evening. I'm Sean Roy, CEO for Broad Street Properties and Seymour Pacific Developments. I'm also a professional planner by trade. I'm here this evening to discuss the proposed apartment project located at 510 University Park Drive. For this application, we had a public open house on May 6, 2013. And some of the concerns that were brought up, the major concerns were our site plan layout, increased traffic, parking with the overflow onto the adjacent streets, the development of low-income housing, the negative impact on surrounding property values, poor property maintenance, vehicle speeding in the area, and the overall density and scale of the project. Speaking to the site plan layout, our original development when we came into the city of Regina, we had 3 55-unit buildings and 1 63-unit building for a total of 228 dwelling units. Broad Street has reduced the number of dwelling units by 8, and we are now proposing 4 55-unit buildings for a total of 220 apartment buildings. We moved Building A towards the north property line and away from the patio home development located to the south, and added a 10-foot landscape buffer to ensure a natural separation occurs between both properties. Significant landscape buffers were also added along Aaron's Road and University Park Drive to improve the aesthetic along the road corridors. We also introduced a second right-in, right-out access on University Park Drive to promote traffic movement to this arterial road system as the primary access and Aaron's as the secondary. Increased traffic. We had Focus Engineering do a traffic impact assessment on this property. The objectives of this study were to evaluate the impact of the proposed land use amendment from major arterial commercial to R6 multifamily zoning on the transportation system in the vicinity of the site. The conclusions of the report were, under R6 zoning, there will be about approximately 257 trips per day. Under max zoning on build-out, there would be approximately 518 trips per day. There would be an extra 261 trips per day under the existing max zoning. R6 zoning will generate about 43.7% less traffic than the current max zoning. The site is served by 4 existing transportation or transit routes and continuous sidewalks that connect the site to all the existing commercial shops with signalized crossings at Quant Street and Aaron's Road on the intersections with University Park Drive. The additional traffic would not, and I say this again, would not warrant the requirement for signals at Quant Street and Aaron's Road. The proposed land use amendment can be accommodated on the existing transportation network without the need for off-site improvements. Parking. Broad Street has met the regulatory bylaw requirement for parking. Historically, Broad Street only utilizes 85% of the parking requirement of 1.5 stalls per unit. So we will have extra parking on this site to accommodate our tenants. Low-income housing. Broad Street is not a low-income apartment builder. We strongly advocate the development of low-income homes, but we do not provide that type of housing. The starting rent for this project, as Jody said, would be $14.45 for a 2-bedroom unit per month. The negative impact on surrounding property values. We have built apartments in very high-end communities across Western Canada. The quality architectural characteristics of our buildings naturally assimilate into these communities. These apartments will diversify the housing stock and create a more balanced neighborhood, allowing for a variety of housing options. We will be converting an existing brownfield site from a contaminated wasteland to a residential setting. No one has ever complained after our buildings are built that they've lost value in their home. Property maintenance. Broad Street has a very experienced rental management staff. We have a very high standard of quality. Broad Street staff recognizes the value behind keeping things fresh and highly maintained in order to achieve good tenants. Vehicle speeding. All vehicles are regulated by posted speed signs, and adding traffic doesn't change this. Under max zoning, you could have twice as many trips by vehicle per day, which would potentially increase the speeding in the area. The sheer density and scale of this project. The density for this proposed project is about 35.8 units per acre, which is relatively low for an infill site on a major arterial road, and it is consistent with the R6 zoning. This is an infill development, and we should be encouraging higher density housing along major arterial roads. All of the buildings meet the building height regulation under R6 zoning. The surrounding land uses are medium density to the south, low density to the west, and then we have high density to the north with some commercial, and we have high density to the east. So our development is consistent with the surrounding land uses. good planning principles. Broad Street improved the access and egress and made University Park Drive the focal point by adding a third access point. We reduced the density by 8 units, and we moved Building 8 towards the northern property line and developed a 10-foot landscape buffer between this development and the southern medium-density patio home development. This was a contaminated site. The landowner and us have spent significant amount of money and time remediating this site to permit this residential development. Having a high-density residential development on a remediated site instead of a brownfield with over 5,500 tons of concrete washout and pockets of petroleum hydrocarbons will definitely increase the property values for the adjacent landowners. The increased traffic generated from this development can be accommodated by the existing transportation infrastructure, and this site has excellent public transit options serving it. You cannot have complete communities without a diversified housing stock. This proposed development provides much-needed rental accommodation in a great neighborhood. We meet all of the planning objectives in the Regina Official Community Plan. This development provides compact urban form and rehabilitates a brownfield site that is located on our arterial road system. This development accommodates the demand for a variety of housing types in the city and provides for rental accommodation that is desperately needed. It is compatible with not only the adjacent residential, but it's also compatible with the non-residential developments that surround this property. The infill development proposal will also curb sprawl in Regina. The development site is located within walking distance to a number of commercial and public destinations, therefore reducing the number of automobile use and the traffic impact. In conclusion, this development proposal meets or exceeds all regulatory and planning policies for the City of Regina. The brownfield site has been fully remediated. Broad Street has provided significant landscape buffers along Aaron's Road, University Park Drive, and all along the southern property line to ensure natural buffer to the adjacent property owners and along the public right-of-ways. This development fits with the surrounding land uses. This development represents a beautiful transition in urban land use where it moves north to south with commercial, high density to medium density. One of the comments that was made at the public open house was that rental housing will lead to increased crime, theft, and vandalism in a peaceful neighborhood that is dominated by younger families with children. I would first like to ask all of the councillors by a show of hands who has ever rented in their lifetime. So that would be the majority. As a professional planner, I rented for 6 years before I could pay off my student loans and be able to enter the housing market. I hope I would be afforded the opportunity to be able to live in a beautiful, nice neighborhood such as this, even though I was a renter and not a homeowner. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? Councillor Burnett.
Thank you, Sean. Appreciate that. The traffic study comes up on a number of discussions and debate, and I can get my head around kind of the proposal on the table, which is a residential with kind of associated residential traffic flow, I guess, because I guess what I'm thinking of is that when you've got residents, they leave at 8 in the morning or 7 for work, they come home and move, and then we're trying to sort of hypothetically think of a commercial flow.
Well, I can speak to that. I mean, we'll have, it's proposed 116 trips in the AM peak and 141 during the PM peak.
I don't know how we can compare that to a commercial when we don't really have a.
I can do that for you as well. I can do that if you need that. We would have approximately 105 in the AM peak and 413 trips in the PM.
So if you had a.
You should put your speaker on.
I was saying that without having a proposal in front of us, you're kind of, I think, extrapolating, saying that a hotel versus a shopping center versus a warehouse has the same traffic pattern.
Actually, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that a professional engineer has looked at this and looked at the potential land uses under MAC zoning, and they've stipulated that this would be the traffic impact for MAC zoning.
The second question around that, with the residential parking piece, like I think the residents have thought this through and are concerned about when you have this large of a development, let's say for weekends, holidays, when families, friends, relatives come and stay, they will be parking on the street most likely, because the 1.5 parking is designed more, I think, for the residents that are in the complex.
No, 1.5 is for per unit, and then we have to provide, visitor parking. People with disabilities, we have to provide that type of parking as well. We have about, for 1.5, which is standard pretty much across everything that we do, we're probably at about 85% capacity with our existing developments today. So there is ample room for the parking that would be necessary for the individuals for this particular site.
Just going back, you had an open house on May 6th where everybody attended. I believe I was there as well. But it seemed like there was no communications after that. There was kind of listening to some of the initial comments. Is that kind of correct to understand that there was no other kind of follow-up to sort of say a little back and forth?
I'm not aware of that, no, sorry.
So it was just the one event?
Just the one event.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Burnett. Councilor Fraser.
Pardon me. Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Thanks for your presentation. So it's come up a couple times about 85% occupancy for parking. Do you have a visitor parking element, or how does that work exactly?
Visitor parking element is, you have to refer to your planning department, but it's mandatory that there's visitor parking under the R6 zoning.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Fraser. Councilor Young.
Thank you. Can you describe for me the average client that you serve with these rental units? There have been some concerns expressed about children in play areas and things like that. Do you have a high number of families with little children that rent in your apartment buildings, or is it mostly professionals, as your website says, and students in school, et cetera?
We have a low degree of students, for one. We have a low degree of families. Most of our clientele is professionals, averaging from 24 to 35. And, in most cases, they're looking for locations that have good public transit. In most cases, they have one vehicle.
Okay. Can you tell me about the public transit that's available to this site?
There's 4 existing transit routes that are fantastic. They're looking to add more in this area.
Okay, thank you.
And not only that, if I can keep speaking to that, we have sidewalks that can connect this site to all the commercial activity that surrounds us.
Thank you. Other questions? Councilor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much. Thank you for your presentation. Why 85%? In other words, I understand the parking. I understand what you said. Can you tell me why only 85%?
It's just a change with the way people are living. In most cases for us, with the professionals that I'm speaking to as far as clientele, they're coming in with one vehicle. It's just a change. And that's historically what we face in all of our other developments across Western Canada.
Thanks for that. You used a phrase oft used by planners, that it's a good thing to have infill, and it's a good thing to have it, as you described, a commercial, high density, and so on. I'll give you a chance to elaborate on why that's important.
Well, the existing infrastructure is there, so we're not asking the public to spend more money on infrastructure. Instead of sprawling development, which we are all against and we should be against, we're looking to add infill. And these infill sites, especially brownfield sites, located on a major arterial road system, are exceptional, and they should be densified, where you put the density where the actual services are located, that in an area that it doesn't cost taxpayers money to expand infrastructure.
Okay, thanks. Last question. Oft when we hear about infill development and where there is density involved, we hear about devalued property values around. I'm going to give it to you this way. Why would you build something that's going to devalue both your property and those around you, or the converse? I'll give you a chance to answer that.
Yeah, there's absolutely no way we would ever do that. like I said, we've never had a situation where someone has actually complained after we built a project that we devalued their property. And when we look at this site, we have to remember this is a heavily polluted brownfield site. You know, we've taken all of the pollution off. It's going to be determined to be residential, we hope, by the province very soon. And certainly, when you look at having a brownfield with 550 tons of pollution and some hydrocarbons versus a residential scenario that's been totally cleaned up, I would have to say that we're going to probably increase the property values in this area.
Councillor Donald. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. And thanks for coming forward as well. So a couple of questions about the road network around the site. And I asked your counterpart, have you been asked by the city, or are you looking at possibly a different in-out on University Park Drive to turn north?
We haven't, but we'd be certainly open to that.
Okay, so that's something to look at.
Absolutely.
The other thing is, you said that you're building, you put 35 units per acre on here. How many could you put on this land per acre?
Right now, that would be about the maximum.
Is it?
For what we need in parking, and with the buffers that we've put out there, it's certainly what we can do right now.
Could you go higher in buildings if you wanted?
Under R6, you could. Absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, as far as density, you could absolutely.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, when you did the focus, the engineers, did they recommend anything with the University Park access that
No.
you haven't put on paper already?
No, they have not.
Have they offered any solutions to Aaron's Road access?
No, other than they said, you know, we offered up the third access point, which is a right in, right out.
Right.
We wanted to make University Park Drive as the actual primary scenario for all of our clients, and obviously Aaron's as a secondary.
Yeah. I guess the question, maybe, you seem to know what your buildings are doing after they're built.
Mm-hmm.
Any idea on how many residents that live in the area actually sold their places to use as rental because they want to start traveling more, they want to start getting rid of assets and just have cash in the bank?
It's actually amazing. There's a huge shift, I think, in Canada in general. And when I speak, you know, to some of our clients, it's a transition. It's moving out of their larger homes, and they're actually living in these units for 6 months and living in Arizona for 6 months. And it's probably the majority of our clientele in not only this market, but in Manitoba as well. And it gives them that option. And certainly people are looking for a nice option, and I think we provide that.
And then they can stay in the area too.
Absolutely. And to speak to that as well, what we get a lot of is individuals who are building homes around us.
Yep.
They're living with us, and you know, they're close to their house that's being built, and so they're watching it go up basically. So there's another part of that.
Just one more thing here. On the question was asked about downsizing and reducing another building and going to 2 buildings or whatever. Have you looked at that? And the economics, I would imagine, it just probably don't work.
We haven't worked out the total pro forma for it, but it'd be very tough on this site with the amount of work that's been completed for the remediation.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. We've heard people talking about things like moving trucks in and out. What did you say? How long do people actually stay in your buildings on average?
On average, Jody? 8 to 13 months.
Okay. And how long has your company been in Regina?
We've been in Regina for approximately 1 year.
And how long has your company been open, or what's the first time you've rented a place? How long have you been renting?
We've been renting since July.
Since July, okay. I was looking through your website. Do all of your buildings in Saskatchewan have 4 floors?
All of our buildings in Saskatchewan have 4 floors.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. No other questions? I have one, and it's going to follow up on Councillor Flagel's comments. I want to ask it perhaps in a different way. There was a referral from Planning Commission to look at another different size of footprint or different level of density. there's no opportunity for that discussion to take place?
It would be very difficult for us to make it work on this particular piece of land.
Okay, so this is from the
220 units.
226 you had, I think, or 228?
We had 228. We reduced it to 220.
Right, okay. Configuration or the placement of the buildings and different away from, is there any possibility of that happening?
There could be some possibility of just adjusting parking and creating some buffering with some parking lot. But certainly, we've developed this plan according to what we can fit on there.
Okay, good. Thank you for that. Thank you for your presentation and answering questions. You can return to the gallery.
Thank you.
And we'll move on to our next delegation, David Merriman. Mr. Merriman, if you could identify yourself and who you represent, and you as well have 10 minutes for presentation, and there may be questions from members of council after.
Thank you. And I am a homeowner in the area, and I'm just really representing myself here. So I just want to start with some opening comments. Information reports the information so far presented in the reports that we've seen go further than neutral responses to the developer's proposal. The information advocates the developer, while in contrast, the community concerns are marginalized or outright dismissed. Also, there's advocacy for the developer by way of omission. Concerns that are very obvious are not mentioned in the reports. Instead, it has been on the backs of citizens to present concerns in separate 10-minute time slots. Although the community concerns are heard in an alternate process of presentations and meetings, this is not sufficient. In order to be fully understood and provide the much-needed balance, the concerns must be circulated in the reports with the community's justifications and reasons and expression using the community's wording. The point of these opening remarks is to say we have a developer with no stake in the community as getting a free pass, whereas in contrast is being completely on the backs of taxpaying citizens to be the resources to bring forth the problems of this proposal that is misfit for the community. Our expectations are that our views should be considered with greater weight as we are the taxpayers and we have a stake in the community by virtue of our community being our home. When the council makes its decision about this proposal, I believe a basic question should be considered. If a plan for the whole community area was made from scratch from an open field development, who on earth would purposely make a design as poor as the current proposal? The reason for the proposal is strictly for the benefit of a profiteering deal. The rental situation is easing, and there are many new rental units being approved, and further ease the vacancy rate. So why the desperate measure of considering such a proposal that is misfit for the community? I'm going to reference a report that that circulated to all of us. The report is dated November 13th, 2013. So my concern number one is under the heading of transportation study. The report refers to as traffic study. The report only includes information that favors the developer. The report omits crucial fact that the traffic study has been paid for by the developer. This, of course, fails the most basic fundamental principle of conflict of interest. Yet somehow the conflict of interest aspect is omitted from the report. In contrast, it was on the back of a citizen presenter to provide that transparency. If the report is to be credible, then how are the following facts not in the report? I took down some statistics by simply going on a typical work day and observing the traffic on Truesdale. Now, the point I'm trying to make here is the congestion that this proposal is going to be, the effect that this additional traffic is going to, how it's going to affect the community. There's illegal driving that occurs on Truesdale because of the prevention, because of the access, trying to get to the access of a left turn that allows the community traffic to try to head towards the downtown area on Victoria Avenue. In the time I was there, two incidents 11 incidents of this driving on the wrong side of the road occurred, 2 of those incidents resulted in the defensive driving having to be taken by oncoming cars. So this fact is omitted from the traffic study. Now that is the situation today. A credible traffic study would take the state of the situation as it exists today, state the additional congestion that is to come from the Gold's Gym that is currently in development, and then add the predicted traffic from this proposal. How much worse will the illegal head-on collision driving be due to all of the increased congestion the community is expected to be burdened with? But all that is stated, in the reports, this particular information is simply omitted. If the traffic study was done without a conflict of interest, surely it would include the whole picture, not just the favorable or preferred portions stated in the report. Although this report does talk about traffic on Aaron's Road, it omits to mention the fact that the Aaron's Road entrance and exit is within 120 meters of the entrance and exit of Wilfred Walker's K-8 school grounds. How is it that the study should omit the fact that high-level traffic would be created right on the doorstep of a K-8 school? Another concern is disregard to the children's safety. In a parenting article I read, it says, another place where tragic accidents can occur is at daycare centers, schools, or places where recreational vehicles for kids are held. Kids get out of the cars and excitedly run to the building ahead of their parents, and their small size makes it hard for motorists to see. In another article I read, it says, watch out for children who may dart out from between stopped school buses or parked cars. I'm not the only person that thinks that having parked cars lining the streets of a school grounds entrance is a bad idea, yet the concern is not relevant enough to be included in the reports. In contrast, the city report says on page B4, while a development would meet the minimum parking requirements, it is acknowledged that there will be some parking spillover into the streets. And on page B3, the administration portrays that having the streets lined with parked cars is actually a safety benefit for the community, because lining the streets with parked cars on both sides make the street narrower. I cannot fathom why the report would go to such lengths to advocate for the developer over the community. The most blatant, most obvious effect of the spillover of these parked cars will be to provide a visibility hazard. They provide a blind for darting children, yet the concern is omitted from the report. Another concern I have is regarding that on page B4 of the report, a proposal was already brought forward in 2009 to develop low-rise apartment building yielding only 150 dwelling units. The feedback received from the neighboring property owners at the time was generally not in favor. So how is it that a proposal of 150 units dies, and yet here we are today rehashing an even less palatable 220-unit proposal that is bursting to the point that it can barely meet the minimum parking requirements? I'm just now going to make reference to the other report that was circulated. That one is dated January 15th, 2013. Concern number 1, the report advocates for the proposal on the basis that it is somehow similar to other recently approved proposals. They make reference to the proposal on Dorothy Street. On Dorothy Street, there are no comparable conflicts due to the traffic issues. St. Joseph does not have parked cars lining the streets on a main drop-off pickup point for children. So I think it lacks credibility to make this comparison. The proposal, in regarding the exit and entries to the proposal on Dorothy Street, there are full left-hand, right-hand turns at 4 different places to get onto the the adjacent collector streets. So truthfully, I don't believe there's any comparison whatsoever.
Mr. Mayor, you have 1 minute left in your presentation time.
Okay. I guess my same comments would go to, the same sort of comments would go to the Chuckle Boulevard and the Arcola Avenue. So in summary, the developer was required to reduce the extreme density of the proposal, but refused to do so. The developer was required to improve the access to the site, but the developer failed. The main problem that needed to be addressing was to discourage the use of the Aaron's Road accesses to take away streets that affect Wilford Walker, and also take away the traffic that would be forced to go down Truesdale, where it's already congested and has a safety issue. I feel it was the right outcome that the proposal did not get the votes to be recommended, and I still ask the council again to refer to the question. If a plan for the whole community area was made from scratch for an open field, who on earth would make a would purposely make a design that is as poor as this current proposal?
Thank you very much for your presentation. Mr. Mayor, are there questions of the delegation? Councilor Fraser.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Thanks for your time in the presentation. You mentioned about the traffic, the wrong-way traffic, right off the bat. Can you just explain that so I can sort of picture it on the map here?
Yeah, unfortunately, I wish I had the visualization for it. So, as the other presenters have said, the access, although it's being sort of highlighted over and over and over that this development is going to be right beside an arterial street, the access to get on the arterial street is not sufficient. As has been pointed out, there's only one left-hand turn to get on the arterial street that is extremely dangerous, that most drivers will not be willing to take. The only other access for anybody that wants to travel westerly towards the downtown area on Victoria Avenue. Now, these are the drivers that we're speaking about. They will be forced to go down Aaron's Road onto Quan Street, then therefore onto Truesdale.
Sure.
Now, what happens is that the congestion backs up all the traffic from Victoria Avenue all the way back to basically Home Depot and maybe even to the four-way stop. What drivers do, because they're so frustrated with the congestion, they drive on the wrong side of the road and start having head-on incidents with cars that are driving in a southerly direction on Truesdale. On this camera, I have, within about 3-minute video, 2 incidents. And one, the driver on the oncoming, going on their proper side road, has to take defensive driving maneuvers to avoid having an accident. And this occurs day in, day out, all of the time.
Okay, thanks for the clarification.
Thank you, Councilor Fraser. Other questions? Councilor Young.
Thank you, Mr. Merriman. In your submission to us, which you didn't mention this evening, you said that the neighborhood turned down a 150-unit proposed building on that site in 2009. Could you give me a little more information about why it was turned down?
Well, this is just information I took out of the report. I wasn't part of the community at that time, so I wouldn't know the reasons why they did turn down that proposal. I know. So I guess that answers the question. I really don't know why that was turned down at that time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Young. Other speakers or question? Councilor Burnett.
David, thank you for your presentation. I guess I'll just offer the same opportunity that were there any sort of areas sitting in the audience and listening to the different presentations that you feel you'd like to speak to outside? So with the restrictions on having to read your report, this gives you an opportunity to maybe make any other comments.
The one issue, or the one piece of information that keeps coming up over and over again, is that we're talking about would we be satisfied with a MAC development, a commercial development, and this number being thrown around out of the traffic report that possibly, well, if we have a commercial development, we're going to be worse off. So those numbers to the community here, they're not relevant, because we're comparing a fictitious possible outcome. For example, well, if we have a conglomerate of McDonald's and Tim Hortons having drive-throughs there, the kind of traffic that might cause, that's the doomsday scenario. But On the other hand, a MAC development might be a office of professional dental people, medical people, lawyers that wouldn't generate that kind of traffic. The other thing that I would hope to goodness that if we had a commercial development in that area, there would be absolutely no exit or entrance from Aaron's Road. It would be a well-designed access directly on the arterial road, which this proposal does not have at all.
Other speaker or questioners? There are none. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll move forward on our report. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks, Your Worship. The obvious discussion here is on 510 University Park Drive. The number is 1413. You will note in the recommendation that there is no recommendation. I wish to explain that first, and then I'm going to put forward a recommendation. At Planning Commission, there were, in fact, when we got to the vote process, 8 people present. The vote was split 4-4, and so therefore it is what's called a loss. I chose to leave it at a loss because it seemed to be both new to some of our new members of Planning Commission and even to some of the other ones. When there is a tie and it is a loss, it is in fact defeated. So I'd like to introduce a motion that will ask for, and you have the recommendations just a little bit farther down, for a denial of those recommendations. I'll put that on the floor first.
Is denial. Other speakers on the motion?
I would. I wasn't sure if I needed a seconder or...
You do not.
So I just want to, actually I thought that the very first gentleman that spoke, he gave a summary of 4 things and so on, and I want to pick up on what he said first. So it came for Planning Commission. We had a healthy discussion. There was some concerns, and we sent it back. And he described the 4 of them: ingress, egress, and so on. And I think you've heard a lot of the people talk about those things. So the idea was, would you all go back and have a talk? And so when it came back, there were some modifications, whether it is a reduction of 8, whether it is moving a building, whether it is the amount of foliage and so on that's around there. But that was where our discussion went at the time when it came back to Planning Commission. And there was obviously a mixed view. And so it was split. Now, I'm going to ask a couple of questions, but I want to make it clear that at this point in time I am representing Planning Commission, but I want you to know that I will close debate and you'll hear a personal view. So the first one I would like to ask is about traffic study acceptance. So there's the law ball. I'll pick up on that as you wish.
Mr. Carlson.
Yes, Your Worship. I will start with that response and possibly ask Ms. Scher to expand upon it. But it's standard practice, not within just our municipality, but other municipalities, that professional engineers are required to follow national standards as well as city standards in terms of the study that they would prepare and submit. And then our certified transportation engineers review it and apply their professional expertise to that. So that's the standard process. They meet national standards as well as the local municipal standards.
Thank you for that. So I heard clearly that this is not unique to this situation, that this is in fact standard practice that we've done for other developments. Second one is about density and so on. There seemed to be some question about the amount of units that's on this property and so on. Is this in fact I want to use the word reasonable, is this the notion that this is how many are allowed on a piece of property?
Mr. Carlston.
Your Worship, in terms of density, this is consistent with other R6 developments throughout the city and very comparable, somewhat lower in density even to some recent approvals elsewhere in the city.
I'll try one more question. Reference was made to the fact that when people came into the area, they saw a blank piece of property here and that it was in fact designated MAC. Have there been any other times in recent memory where something is either a MAC or residential, or where it's changed, where we've changed the designation, where we've altered a concept plan, where we've made some amendments and something has been different than what was there 20 years ago?
Mr. Carlston.
Your Worship, this is not uncommon as well to make amendments to concept plan areas. In fact, in the Eastgate area, there's been several changes made to move from a commercial to a residential to accommodate condominium developments. Harbour Landing recently has had a few applications in front of Planning Commission and City Council to essentially upzone or change the concept plan there to increase density as well.
I have no more questions at this time. I reserve the right to close debate.
Close the debate, Councilor Dunn, when we have other speakers on this report. Councilor Burnett.
Maybe just a question for administration that we've had a number of the delegations indicate that they felt the kind of the process of engagement, like they've had the opportunity to come to planning and do presentations, but there seems to be a little disconnect. I know even after the first planning commission when we asked parties to go back and discuss the issues, I don't know if there's any face-to-face discussions that ever occurred. So maybe just a comment in terms of, is that an area that we need to maybe consider further when we're looking at these infill type of projects?
Mr. Carlson, go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry, I'll be slower in the uptake here. Your Worship, this was pretty typical for an infill development. We went beyond what the legislated practice would be in terms of engagement with the public open house. The public open house is to illustrate and take out to the public what the developer proposes, and we received that input, and it is attached and included in this report as well as with the administrative response to all of that feedback from the public. So in terms of additional opportunities, that was provided when Planning Commission did refer it back, and the referral was for the administration to work with the developer to look at some of the issues which, as the developer outlined, and we've heard tonight, some changes were made to the original plan. And then, again, at Planning Commission, the public had an opportunity to respond to some of the changes that would have been made. And then, again, here tonight.
It just seemed that there seemed to be just something missing there in terms of more engagement with the public piece, but something we can talk about another time. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Burnett. Councilor Fundura.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the administration. Is this a special area? You mentioned something about there's areas that are special about how this can fit in. Can you just give me a little more, through Your Worship, what are you talking about, like if it's a special area? Is it especially different for arterial roads, like University Park Drive is easier to get in and out, and errands and all that? Is there something, did I miss something?
Mr. Carlson?
Your Worship, maybe I'd ask for the question to be phrased differently. I'm not sure what was meant by a special area.
Because I'm looking at this area, I mean, we're listening to the delegations and how things progress to where it is now and what we've heard. Is that looking at as being a certain special area? Is it the right or is it the wrong place to be? That's my question to Your Worship.
Mr. Carlson.
Your Worship, I think the short answer is the administration's recommending support of the proposal, so it would be right. But in terms of this area being a special area, I think the reference is to it being an infill area within sort of a suburban setting. And it is reclamation of a brownfield site. So some of this development has occurred after some existing or some other development occurred previously around it. So it is a unique situation that it's infill, but within sort of a suburban environment rather than the traditional sort of inner city environment we're accustomed to.
Okay. To Your Worship, to the administration again. Just a quick question on Aaron's Road. And what category road for winter road maintenance, that piece of Aaron's from University Park around to Quants, what category is that, to Your Worship?
Mr. Holmes?
Through you, Your Worship, that is a Category 4.
Thank you. Category 4. So we know that we are, after the snow, we're not going to get it for the next 24 or whatever, so it's further down. And I know that the school, it's not the main entrance to the school. I'm not sure how that school works. So can someone explain to me how the traffic flows with pickups and drop-off for the schools? I'm looking at a map, and it looks like that's the back of the school and the park there that comes onto the Aaron's Road. Can someone give me more about that? Yeah, go ahead.
Your Worship, I think I'll call upon Ms. Scher.
Ms. Scher, you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, this is not a formal entrance to the school. Instead, it is a back of lot entrance. The managed pedestrian drop-off and school bus loading all occurs on Truesdale.
Okay, Your Worship. So where I'm going with that one is for winter road maintenance. So if we have all that increase in traffic in the area and vehicles parked on the street, and we are worried about the width of the roads, and we have problems right now already with our parking enforcement and national fire codes and all that. If we start to allow, especially when you look at around Aaron's Road, the band there, and there's a lot of the houses that have parked driveways that come onto Aaron's Road and all that, I'm a little concerned with the traffic flow on that side. How, through all the studies, how do you mitigate those issues, Your Worship?
Ms. Scher?
I think we have it. Thank you, Your Worship. Just to be clear, the current volumes on Aaron's Road are about 1,100 vehicles a day. So for a road in this category, an acceptable volume would be up to 7,500 vehicles a day. This will not even put it to the bottom of the range for a collector. The driveway is significantly north of where the driveways to private homes are and to the school. Most traffic from this particular development will likely be destined to the north versus to the south, past this informal school entrance and the residential frontage. Most of it will be driving along a fence line or along the backside of what is a commercial development. That said, we do certainly monitor where we have pedestrian patterns, and if there are challenges with that particular school entrance or parking near where that's happening, we certainly would be willing to look at parking enforcement solutions, signage, et cetera.
Thank you for that, because I'm looking to Your Worship, I'm looking at Donaldson Crescent here. If Donaldson Crescent, the parking is on the and there's no driveways backing into, okay, so I'm clear. Another question, Your Worship, is Quants and Aaron's Road. There was a question, the question arose that there'll be an issue with that entrance and exits into Quants, volume of traffic, and there is no work or design any kind for any traffic light there or anything like that. So, in the future years as we go, how's that gonna work? What happens? Let's say if this goes through, and then we have problems. Who pays for putting the street lights there and all that? How does that work after the developer is done, everything is going, and that's our issue? What do we do then into that traffic study, through Your Worship?
Through you, Your Worship. In this particular case, we did ask for a model of that intersection. It was done using the same techniques and software we use, and concluded that the volumes from the development did not trigger signals. That said, the location is getting close, and I know my colleagues in city operations are monitoring in terms of pedestrian crossings and the need for signals at several locations along Quant Street. There will be signals put in at Truesdale and Quants as well this year.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Councilor Bryce.
Sorry about that. Okay, one of the delegations brought up that in 2009, a 150 unit development was turned down on this location. I have a good memory, but sometimes it's short, and I know I was here at that time, but can I get details about why it was turned down?
Mr. Carlston?
Your Worship, I believe Mr. Searle has a better memory than I, so I'll call upon Mr. Searle.
Well, Your Worship, I'm not sure, but I know that there was a proposal that did come forward a few years ago, and it was for I believe, a development of that nature that was described. I believe the application was eventually withdrawn and did not proceed on the basis of some of the remedial work that had to be undertaken and the uncertainty around that.
Okay, I just wanted to verify why that was. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bryce. Councilor Flagel.
Thank you. And plus the reclamation was too expensive at that time, was the other reason. Yeah, as well. So A question I asked the developer and a few, and it was just sort of it seems that the residents are a little concerned with University Park Drive. And I remember at Planning Commission, there was a discrepancy as to the area map and the actual road network, and there's a blockade in the middle, and you can't make a left-hand turn at all, and yes, you can, and then you can't. Have we determined exactly the clarity of that exit onto University Park going north?
Ralston?
Yes, Your Worship. Well, two things. I'll ask Ms. Scher to respond to the second, but first of all, with the residential development, and as the traffic study shows, there'd be less traffic actually coming out of the site than if it were zone MAC. So that's one thing that helps alleviate the traffic. In terms of the geometrics, I think I'd turn that over to Ms. Scher.
Through you, Your Worship, we have confirmed that the north access to the site does permit an exiting left turn to the north.
Thank you for that. The density you talked about, Mr. Carlson, that it could be a lot more or could be more. What would be the maximum? And it's not 220 because that's what the proposal is. What could it be?
Mr. Carlson?
Your Worship, density within an R6 zone is typically limited by the site characteristics. For instance, in the Pines of Norman View project in the northwest, the density is 123 units per hectare. Arcola and Chuka in Greens of Gardner was 99 units per hectare, and this one is about 88.5. And why it's a little lower than the others is there's been some adjustments made to the site plan to provide some additional buffering. So this would represent likely the maximum, unless they were to go higher, of course, than they could.
Just in and going forward, Councillor Findura kind of touched on it a bit. I thought he was going to ask about this too. If the University Park Drive exit going north begins to fail, are we going to leave it or are we going to address it as a city?
Mr. Holmes?
Thank you, through your worship. We'll continue to monitor that intersection and make improvements as required.
Thank you. So we're not going to just leave this thing high and dry is my point. If there happens to be traffic congestion, we're going to deal with it. If there happens to be other issues around the area, we're going to deal with it. I noticed nobody has said yeas or nays or anything, but I'm definitely in favor of this because it diversifies the neighborhood. It's a rental unit, higher-end rental unit. There's condo owners. There's single-family owners. There's low housing. There's Regina housing is all like within 2 blocks of this. There's 2 schools. We're not here to promote filling the schools, but it definitely, you want to talk about market value. If the schools are full, the real estate market is thriving in those areas, and we know that. So I think 220 units is reasonable in this area. Whether, this is a 3-story, 4-story, 6-story. I mean, it could be up to, I think, 6 stories, if I'm not mistaken, in an R6, but it's not going that high. The bus routes and everything are very good around here. The bus stops, the commercial shopping, the possible professionals working here, living here. Maybe, you never know. You might end up with a 50% usage in vehicles. Who knows? We don't know. So does this fit with the rest of the community? Yeah, it does, because there's rental there today. And so I'll be supporting this, and hopefully we can get this thing going. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. I'd first like to say thanks to the folks who are here because they care about this. Obviously, this is an issue that affects you directly and where you live, so thanks for being engaged. Secondly, I'd like to say thanks to Councillor Burnett. Just so you know, he's put a lot of effort into trying to make sure your voice is heard, and I think he's done it in a very persistent and respectful way, so good on you for that. This has been kind of my thought process through all of this. It's come before me at planning last year as well, so I guess thinking of people that might actually call this home, is this a decent place for them? Would it be a decent place for them to live? Is it a place I would consider living? A few thoughts on that. Number one is that it is close to groceries, it is close to a school, it is close to transit, and it is close to good green space. So I think as far as rental units go, I don't see it as a bad location. I will say to some of the folks that presented tonight, I respect your opinion. There's a couple points I don't actually agree with. One is about decrease in property value. Regina property value has sort of gone like this in the last few years, and there are factors that can change that a bit. But I think over the long term, mixed neighborhoods actually do add to stability. They add to stability in school populations, stability generally in house prices, I think, as well. The neighborhoods we've seen drastic rises and falls. I'll use my neighborhood of Heritage for an example, or we could talk about North Central. Usually that's a gentrification issue. It's that people all move in at the same time. They all raise their family at the same time. They all move out at the same time, and you end up with this supply and demand of housing that goes up and down, up and down. So, I think as neighborhoods mature and they have a better mix of housing actually over the long haul, I can't guess when any of you are planning to sell your homes, but over the long haul, I think actually mixed housing, I haven't actually heard any evidence otherwise, and I have heard evidence to support this, and I think we see examples of it in neighborhoods like Cathedral, for instance. I'll just mention because it's in my ward, that more mixed housing actually does stabilize growing real estate rates. So I believe that. I think not everyone here does probably, but I would like to say I do think that's true. The other thing, I agree with you that safety has to be an issue, and the idea of children around it, we always have to make safety a top priority. The fact that this is close enough to walk to a school, I'm not sure that that's a bad type of safety we have to be concerned about, that I think we have to do everything to make sure that, if there's new kids in the neighborhood, getting to school, getting to green space is a safe proposition for them. But, certainly having kids close enough to walk to a school, to me, that's the safe way to do it, actually, versus kids having to walk blocks and blocks to get to their school. To me, this isn't, it's not more dangerous than that, in my opinion. And finally, one thing I do agree with, an issue brought up by the presenters is about traffic. I think this actually will bring more traffic. There'll be more people there. Certainly more traffic than the barren field that's there now. It sounds, I think, legitimately like less traffic than would be a commercial spot. I think, having been to Costco on a Saturday afternoon, I can vouch that if the traffic coming in out of this place is anything like that, I don't know. You'll have a pretty active group of renters there then, I guess. And finally, a note to council, just to say that, traffic congestion is something, I think this is a legitimate concern. This is something we need to think about and be concerned about. But also, if the answer is only to have development as sprawl, as greenfield development, I think that is, to be on the record, I think that is totally the wrong attitude for us to have. I think that's actually what makes traffic worse. I think, most of the through traffic here is partly as a result of us having, a few decades of that kind of approach to growth here in the city. So it's not a ship that we turn around or can or should turn around all at once, but I think that more density such as this actually, over the long term and across, is sort of having common policy across the city, that it actually is going to make our traffic situation better in the long run versus worse. So I plan to vote in favor of this, so thanks for your time.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Are there other speakers? Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, I actually have great empathy for the people that have come to speak this evening. And the reason I have empathy for you is because I went through this about 10 years ago. I live in a condominium, small condominium court that has single-story bungalows. And there was one condo unit at the end of our street that had 5 stories, but it didn't appear to be that big, and lots of empty land around us. And when the first unit came forward to be built right in back of the wall, it was a 4-story, highly dense seniors retirement unit with not very many parking places. And we were upset because we were afraid of the parking that would be on the street. And the street that we are on is much narrower than Aaron's Road, and parking was allowed on both sides of that street. So we had grave concerns about that. They moved the building a little bit away and put parking next to the wall and put trees and things, which was the only mitigation that was done for that. There is a commercial 4-story building at the end of the street. The 5-story condo that I talked about and then now the 4-story seniors residence, and now they also have a 5-story condominium unit and another 4-story executive suite unit, and most of those empty out onto that small street. And when there's parking on both sides and a lot of snow in the winter, we had issues on that. So I want to tell you that since then, we are all living together quite well. We finally got the city to fix the parking, so there's only parking on one side of that street, which made all the difference in the world. And we have easy access in and out, and my property values have doubled since all of those were built. So something different and new like that is very difficult sometimes to think. First of all, we think of all the things that could go wrong or all the things we don't want to see happen. And a lot of them may not happen. And I was happy also to hear from the developers that most of the people who rent these type of high-end rent units don't have large families or lots of children. I'm sure there will be some that will come in for a short stay if they're building a house or for some other reason. So I think regulating parking, regulating speed, and looking at how crossings can be put in where they are needed really will take care of some of the issues. So I just wanted you to know that I've been through this. I worried about it. It has turned out well for us, and I would hope that if this passes that the same would happen for you. I'm going to support this because I think that there are no other rental units in this area. Most of them are single family units or condos that people buy. So I think it's something that can be useful in that neighborhood, and might be a better thing for that neighborhood than having a large commercial operation in there right next to those single-story homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Are there other speakers on this? There are none. Before I give the floor to Councillor Dunn, I want to explain the procedure we're going to go through. We had a motion that was no recommendation, but has been changed to denial. That is what happens when there's a case of a tie. That's what happened at the Planning Commission. So the recommendation is to deny. So when I call the question, you're voting on to deny the application, not to approve it. Reverse of what you ordinarily would do. Councillor O'Donnell, you have the floor to close debate.
Thanks very much. The good folks that are sitting over here probably know exactly what I'm going to say. I wouldn't stand before you and suggest that we proceed with this development if it didn't also affect my own neighborhood. References have been made to 1060 Dorothy. There are 300 units going in behind me. What's interesting about that from my point of view is that the parking regulation that affected that and that density, which was much greater than this, is exactly the same. Every other development that we've had and talked about, in fact, has that same regulation. Second part is I wanted you to think back to all of the public input that we had into the official community plan, and what did they ask us to do? Did they ask us to look at infill development? Did they ask us to look at rental in all areas of the city? Or did they ask us to put rental outside of the city? If you were going to put a housing development in an area where you already knew there was multiple grocery stores, where there was multiple restaurants, where there was multiple retail facilities, where there was multiple doctor's office, dentist's office, and so on, would that not make sense? Have you ever heard about the notion of walking your child to school? How about half a block or so? Would that not be useful? So when you talk about complete neighborhood, that's what was talked about in the OCP. That's what our residents have asked, and that's what we did for over a 2-year period to get to that point. I believe that this development is what we would really want in all areas of our city. Whether it is high-end or not, to me, is not the notion. Why someone would go in, and I gave the law ball question, why someone would go in, spend a ton of money putting these things up with the idea of devaluating the neighborhood makes no sense to me. I don't accept that, never have. You know I'm a fan of density, and if you buy all of the things that we've talked about for the last few years, this is how we make our neighborhoods better. All that transit gets used, all those retail areas get used, and we have park space for everybody. If there is a problem with parking, if there's a problem with green space, then the problem rests with our regulations. So if you're going to deny that, you're denying our regulations as being useful. And I do not accept that because it's worked in other places. So I am going to be voting, and I'm going to descript it this way. The motion is denial. I will not be supporting denial. I'll be voting against denial. I would like to have the opportunity to stand before you and present the recommendations that also contain in this report so that this development can go ahead. And I just would like you to clarify that. If we vote in favor, we're voting in favor of denying.
I'll explain.
If you don't mind.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Again, to repeat, the motion before us is to deny the application to go forward. That was what Councillor O'Donnell moved as chair of the Planning Commission. So if you favor this development, you vote against what I'm going to ask you for, because to deny the application. Those who do not want this to happen, you vote in favor of this motion. It's the inverse of what we typically do. So the motion is to deny. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of denial? All those opposed to denial? The motion is carried. So we will now need a motion to move forward. And Councillor O'Donnell, as chair of the commission, do you want to move concurrence in the application going forward?
Yep. So there are a number of recommendations that the attached Gardner Park addition concept plan is proposed be approved, and it carries on to 5 of them. I think we have talked about this a number of times. So the recommendation I put forward is for acceptance of those recommendations so that this development can go forward, please.
So the motion now is to approve the application as submitted to Planning Commission, which was initially denied. So this is what we typically do. All in favor of the application? Those against? Motion's carried. So we've approved the application. Thank you very much, everyone in the gallery. Thank you very much for going through this. We'll now move on to our next delegation. And this is Mr. Rob Whitten. If you could identify yourself, who you represent. You have 10 minutes for your presentation, and maybe questions afterwards.
My name is Rob Whitten, and I'm the Vice President of Operations for New Rock Developments. Sorry, Your Worship, members of Council, and City staff. Just a correction on the agenda, it's referred to as Windrock Developments, but it's actually New Rock Developments.
Okay. You have New Rock on your header on your paper. That's right. Thank you very much for that.
Okay. So I'll present a brief overview of the proposed project that we hope will become our 3rd attainable housing project in the City of Regina. The subject site is currently the location of St. Timothy's Lutheran Church, and some time ago St. Timothy's and the New Hope Lutheran Church amalgamated, and they now operate and hold services at New Hope Lutheran Church on McIntosh Street. Since we made an arrangement with the church to acquire the land, we've worked through a number of site plans to arrive at the plan that you currently have in front of you. The site consists of 28 townhouse condominium units in a combination of 2- and 3-story buildings. The buildings have been oriented so the larger 3-story buildings are as far away as possible from the adjacent residential community to the north and the east of the site. It allows a good interface of this development to the surrounding community. Also, the existing public utility lots on the north and the east sides allow additional setback to the adjacent houses. At the Planning Commission meeting on January 15th, there were a few concerns raised, and we have addressed those concerns. There were some emergency access bollards asked for, and so we have located 2. The concern was that we've added 2 bollards on the west side of the property to stop traffic from off-site, blocking the access. And we positioned 3 bollards at the east side of the emergency access, so on-site traffic can't block the access, and parking stalls 26 and 27 on-site are still functional. There was some question on the garbage enclosure area, and we have coordinated with Loris Disposal regarding the requirements for enclosures and turning and backup. We've submitted a detailed plan showing the slight reorientation of the garbage enclosure with directional arrows and indicating the path of travel to the planning department. Private recycling was discussed, and we are going to be contracting Loris for the private pickup of recycling from the site. They do have a program set up for condominiums and apartments, which includes recycling of cardboard, paper, metals, plastics, etc. There's a question on traffic entering and exiting the site. There is an existing left turn lane on Avonhurst, which should accommodate the traffic for this development, and the traffic signals branch is currently reviewing whether any changes will be required to the existing signalized intersection. If there are changes required, then they would be coordinated on the drawings with the building permit submission. We required an access agreement with the city, and we've since worked out the details of that access agreement with City Land Branch, and it's currently in circulation for signatures and may be signed already. New Rock Developments has developed 204 units of attainable housing in the City of Regina with our Eastgate Villas project, and we're just completing our Rosemont Court project. Through those two projects, we've provided approximately $6.6 million of down payment and monthly financial assistance to make these homes more attainable for our purchasers. A portion of that amount has come from the City of Regina's Housing Incentive Program. The proposed units, 28 units at 3440 Avonhurst Drive, would add to the above attainable housing totals. Currently, we're proposing $27,600 per suite in financial assistance to the purchasers. And we'll be applying once again to partner with the City of Regina through the Housing Incentive Program and the Property Tax Abatement Program. This project will certainly be a complement to the neighborhood and to the city, so we respectfully ask for your approval tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Whitten, for your presentation. Any other questions of the delegation? Councillor Bryce?
Thank you. I was at your open house, as you know,
Yes.
and there was lots of good feedback from the residents. Some asking if they could pre-buy. Have you sold any of these units yet?
No, we haven't sold any yet. That would be a little presumptuous of
Just needed
of
to get a
us.
question in there, so I thought I would add that in there. So the concerns that were brought forward by the residents, is that what changed your plan from those 3 stories backing onto people, changing to street front instead?
That was already determined prior to the open house, actually. The 3 stories were along the southwest portion of the site at the open house also. And the 2 stories were in the north and the east side at that time. We had worked through that with the planning department and interfacing those lower buildings to the single-family community.
I note on the report that there was one negative comment from the comments that you received. Do you know what that comment was, and if there was something you could do to make it so that you would have all positive feedback?
At the Planning Commission meeting, there was a gentleman that spoke against the project, and I've since talked to him. Sorry, let me start over. If I remember correctly, the negative comment was about traffic coming out of the site and whether the signals needed to be changed in any way to accommodate that, to anticipate the traffic, and Traffic Signal Branch is reviewing that right now. The preliminary feedback is that the 28 units won't impact the signalized intersection in a great way, but I can't say that for sure until we go through the process a little bit more. The individual that had spoke against the project, Mr. Bradford, I've spoken to him a couple of times. He lives to the northeast kitty corner and across the street, about 3 or 4 houses down the road on McCannell, I think. And he had asked if we could relocate some trees, existing trees, to the northeast corner of the site. And the only area we could do that was in the public utility lot, and we're not allowed to do that. And there's not enough space in the setback on our property to do that. So I did agree with him to try to relocate and just save the trees. He was thinking of buffering, but if we can relocate the trees, he saw the positive of relocating trees and not just cutting them down.
Thank you. There was also some conversation about the alignment with the lights. So has that been resolved?
The alignment of the lights, in discussions with traffic, the alignment of the lights we all feel is okay. It's existed that way for quite some time. We have to widen our intersection because it's not up to the current standards. So we have to widen the intersection, the approach or the apron to our site, and we'll do that with this development.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor O'Donnell?
Thanks, Your Worship. Welcome. Let's talk about bollards. What's a bollard, and why are you being asked to put a bollard in here?
It's a traffic control device, and it's basically a steel pipe concreted in the ground so traffic can't get somewhere. So we put them in to restrict the traffic, blocking the emergency access.
So what you wanted to do was have traffic go in and out off of what I will call Elphinstone and Avonhurst rather than come off around Argyle Street. Is that correct?
That is correct. We, through the discussions with staff, we were not allowed to use the northwest corner as an access because of, I think, safety concerns. But we do need it for emergency egress if in the event of a fire or emergency.
Good. And I want to go back to the second item, which was about garbage collection or the ability for a truck to get in. I note the diagram shows the trucks are now able to swing in, swing out, and then go back in terms of the normal egress. Is that true?
That's correct. Yes, we had a slight cranking, I guess, of the garbage enclosure, and we pushed it back a little bit so the radiuses work.
Good, thanks very much. So I'm going to just allow me to ask you a few questions in a row, and then you can answer them all. So 1, is this an infill housing project? 2, is there a grocery store nearby? 3, are there any schools nearby? Do you understand where I'm going with this? You sat here for 2 hours. So does it kind of meet all of those same things that we talked about a few minutes ago?
Yes, I believe it certainly does. You were very close to a number of parks and schools and playgrounds, and there's a major arterial commercial on Albert Street, which is very close to this site, yes.
Sound like you're in a hurry, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Hinks.
Thank you for the presentation. I think projects like this are great for Regina and really speaks to affordable housing. This project I saw the ones in Rosemont. Are the buildings going to be very similar to those?
The two-story buildings that at Rosemont, they're parallel to on Gray Street.
Yeah.
We are going to have some of those two-story buildings on this project, 13 of them. And the three-story buildings, 15 of those would be different. So they're not the style on Rosemont.
I see. And these won't have any basements?
Correct.
Okay, perfect. And then that's part of the affordability of it too. Then
it is, and we choose to build them with a crawl space, and it does help. It does help the numbers somewhat. Yes.
Sure, it does. Well, thanks. You're doing a great job.
Thank you.
Other question of the delegation? I have one, and perhaps if you could, Mr. Worthy, just give us a summary or a thumbnail sketch of what your corporation does to make these homes more affordable in terms of the mortgage and the support that's given. I know you do receive some funding through the city and the province, but I want to know, just explain what you do to make it attractive and affordable.
Sure, Your Worship. We essentially give back a portion of our profits in the way of down payment assistance and mortgage assistance to the purchasers. So it goes into a trust, which is called the Canadian Society for Housing Trust, and that trust then makes payments to the purchasers over a period of, it ranges from project to project, over a period of 7 to 10 years usually. And in order for us to do that, we have to have approval of CMHC, the Crown Mortgage Insurer, or Genworth Financial, the private mortgage insurance company, of course. So, as soon as we get our approvals, we will go to them, and we've already submitted our applications in anticipation because those applications do take a lot of time. So, and I believe we may have already submitted our application for the housing incentive program also, but that would have been in the last couple of days. So then we Yeah, that's essentially what we do. Does that give you enough information?
It does, and it's a great program. Thank you very much. There is another question from another councillor. Councillor Vendura has a question.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just came to mind. Let's say I buy, right, and in 10 years or 5 years or 6 years, I want to sell. So what happens? What happens in that trust? Does that go to next person that buys, or how does that work? I mean, it sounds great. I mean, I know already there is another situation like that on the east side where you purchase. It's a great way of getting a first-time home buyer or someone coming from rental to buying, things like that. So how does that work? I'm curious about that. I've been reading, and I just want to hear it, please, to Your Worship.
Through Your Worship, I'll do my best job at answering that. My role in the company is more the nuts and bolts guy, the construction and development guy, but essentially there's a caveat on title, and that subsidy goes with the title if it sells however many times until the subsidy is used up. And it is geared so in year one, let's assume for a minute it was at $450 a month. Year two might be $400. Year three might be $375. We try to stagger it so between year 5 and 6, when they're going to have a mortgage renewal, there's very little change, if any, to the subsidy that the customer receives. But it does go with the title, and it does go to future purchasers until it is used up, yes.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. Other questions of the delegation? You can return to the gallery. Thank you very much, and we'll consider the report. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks, Your Worship. The address is 3440 Avonhurst Drive, and this is a planned group of dwellings, townhouses. They are 28. You're going to be asked to switch the zoning from an R1 to an R5, so it's residential medium density. There are 28 units, as you've heard, and there are 42 parking stalls, including, and as well, 16 bicycle parking stalls. I'm not sure what to say in terms of, I think you understand what the development is. We asked for some changes in terms of the ability to handle garbage and recycling and those bollards, because we didn't want to have people coming in off of, if you know the area, Argyle, and swinging in or parking there. So the bollards were moved so that, in fact, there is only one entrance and exit, but also that there is an emergency area that they can remove those bollards and go. There is a divider on Argyle Street that you can't come across when you come south, so it's a safety feature. I think as the Mayor asked and as Councillor Fundura suggested, this is now the third development by this company. There is a lineup for people to get in here. They are sound homes. They have a great program in terms of subsidy, and it is about home ownership. So that's the first part. Second part I want you to know is that the current development is in my area. No different than tonight, there were nobody was opposed to this development. It's had a profound effect upon our area, taking a derelict piece of property and making it into something. I know a short story that will tell you about this area. Having watched what was going on both in the east end of town and on the Gray Street property, the people that own the church at St. Timothy knew they were going to change. They sat in here and watched the last discussion of what this company has done and came to, a number of us, but me included, and said, would this not be something good for our property to give back to our community? That's why this proposal is going forward. This is a great one.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Other speakers on the report? Councillor Bryce?
Thank you. I want to speak in favor of this. I think it's great that the developer came out to the community, spoke with the community, saw what their needs were. There actually were people there saying, I want to buy one of these. So although they haven't pre-sold, there's a lineup for them. So I think this is great for the community, and I can't see any opposition out there except for the guy who wants to move the trees, I guess. But other than that, I've heard nothing but positive comments for this development that's in my area in a little odd-shaped little corner. So I think it's a great spot for these houses, and hopefully we see them go up shortly.
Thank you for that. Other comments on this? Councillor Fundura?
Thank you, Worship. Just to comment on the accessible, barrier-free houses and all that. My question would be to the administration. Because there's only 2% or the national standard, is there something that we can do, or is it something out of our hands to encourage the developers to add more barrier-free housing. I mean, this is a great way to get into ownership or even moving on. Well, a person with disability, money might not be money might not be the highest part of their, so income is excuse me, income is pretty low or maybe low. I'm not saying that persons are low income, whatever, but is there something that in our side of the city we can do, to your worship?
Mr. Carlson?
Your worship, currently the standard is what it is, and provided the developer meets the standard, that's what we would be seeking from them. That said, now that the official community plan is complete, we will at some point in the future be undertaking an entire zoning bylaw review, and at that point we'd be reviewing any standards such as that or any other development standards that would apply to developments like this.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Fandera. Other questions on the report? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. The next report actually is tabled. This is report 22, which is the changes at Harbour Landing and the bylaw as well. So we'll move into bylaws. There's 3. Councilor Fraser?
All right. I move, seconded by Councillor O'Donnell, the bylaws 14-8, 14-11, and 14-12 be introduced and read a first time.
Before we have a vote on that, I'll pass over to Mr. Clerk. These are advertised bylaws.
Thank you, Your Worship. Council will now consider 3 bylaws which have been publicly advertised as required by the Planning and Development Act and in accordance with Council's public notice bylaw. I invite members in the gallery who wish to speak to come forward and address Council on the following bylaws. The first is bylaw 2014-8, respecting adult entertainment establishments. I see no one, Your Worship.
Okay. Do you want to do all 3, perhaps?
Sure. The second bylaw is 2014-11, respecting the proposed development at 510 University Park Drive. There is no one, Your Worship. And the final bylaw is 2014-12, respecting the proposed townhouse dwellings on Avonhurst Drive. I see no one, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'll call the vote on the first reading. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Thank you. I move, seconded by Councillor Hinks, that bylaws 14-8.
Oh, sorry. Councillor Hinks is not here, so you'll...
Oh. Okay. I move, seconded by Councillor Fandera, that bylaws 2014-8, 2014-11, and 2014-12 be read a second time.
Any comments on these bylaws? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I move, seconded again by Councillor Fandera, that Council hereby consents to the bylaws 2014-8, 2014-11, and 2014-12 going to a third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
I move, seconded by Councillor Bryce, that bylaws 2014-8, 2014-11, and 2014-12 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. I would entertain a motion for recess for 10 minutes if I had that. Councillor Flagel. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. So we'll be coming back here at 5 to 9. Thank you.
You have real tea? Oh, okay, I gotta start bringing my own because that woozy stuff, I don't know what that's supposed to be. It's not green, it's not black. It tastes like, sort of like coconut, but not really. Woozy. I like it, so.
I can't turn him on my cousin's video if they go like this.
Yep, give me a
Thank you for letting me speak tonight, and I want to thank Paratransit manager for helping me move my bus up so I could speak for tonight. His worship, the mayor, and members of council. My name is Jamie McKenzie. I'm representing myself tonight, and thank you for letting me speak on the proposed changes to the taxi bylaw that the disability community pay the same taxi fare as the non-disability community, and people that have disabilities and use mobility devices, we do not ask to have a disability. So why should people that have a disability and use a mobility device pay more than non-disability community? Because a lot of people that have a disability and use a mobility device that use accessible taxi cabs might not have a lot of money to use accessible taxi cabs. So I hope as City Council to vote tonight to drop the accessible taxi fare from $7 to $4, and ask the city administration, why is, sorry everybody, why is Regina 11 accessible cabs, taxi cabs, behind Saskatoon that has 21 accessible taxi cabs? As at this current time, but if this taxi bylaw change is passed by City Council tonight, Regina will go from 6 accessible cabs, taxi cabs, to 10, but is still 11 accessible cabs behind Saskatoon. So why in it taking Regina longer to get more accessible cabs, taxi cabs? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Other questions of the delegation? Councillor Fraser.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks. Thanks for your presentation. You mentioned we do have a ways to go to catch up to Saskatoon. Do you think you'll see a market difference in the amount of time it takes to get a taxi cab here in Regina with this change?
I hope, but I don't know. It depends if they go 24 hours. If they don't, it won't make a difference for a lot of us.
Okay. Thanks for that.
Other questions? Thank you very much for your presentation. You can return to the gallery, and we'll move to our next delegation. Jennifer Cohen. Good evening, Ms. Cohen. If you could identify yourself, who you represent, and you have 10 minutes for your presentation as well.
Good evening, Your Worship and Councillors. My name is Jennifer Cohen. I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of your Accessibility Advisory Committee members. I will comment on Report CR 14, the taxi bylaw changes, in particular those amendments which address the matter of accessible taxis in Regina. The committee members support all measures which address the matter of equity and pricing effective March 11th, 2014. The drop rate, which is recommendation number 1, the per meter rate, number 2, repealing the $3 charge for transporting 2 non-ambulatory passengers from the same location, number 3. We support an additional 6 licenses be issued for accessible taxis in 2014. Number 4, we support the City of Regina adopting a population ratio by which to determine the number of accessible taxis in the future. Number 6, we support the amendment which specifies that no passenger will be charged an additional rate for an accompanying service animal. Number 7, we support the amendments which lead to passenger safety, namely those which outline technological changes in payment systems and GPS, dispatch function, and the age of taxi vehicle requirements, numbers 8 and 9. It is imperative these members be addressed. There is no reason to level higher charges for transporting those with disabilities. There is no reason not to have an adequate number of taxis available. I have no access to an accessible taxi in Regina most of the time, as you have. Such practices place the city in violation of human rights laws. Irrespective of law, it is simply wrong-headed. Why would persons with disabilities be treated differently? Why would we be penalized by higher charges and a scarcity of accessible taxis? The official community plan, Design Regina, and the Transportation Master Plan see our city as being an inclusive place in which to live. In order to achieve belonging and being fully participating citizens, we must be able to get around as do others. There are times during the day and night when there is no accessible transportation option for those of us with mobility issues other than an ambulance. We do not want to be referred to as those people, a burden, or users when matters such as transportation equity are discussed in such forums as this. We are simply passengers, or would like to be. I understand that over 20 accessible taxi licenses have recently been approved in Saskatoon. In that regard, members of the Accessibility Advisory Committee strongly support future additions to accessible taxis in Regina past 2014. Increasing the number from 4 at present to 10 this year is just a start. I appreciate the opportunity to make this presentation to Council this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cohen, for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks. Good evening, and thanks for your presentation. You're always clear about how you feel. Help me understand.
Where's the red line?
Help me understand. Will this actually be a service that people will use? So understand, we often hear about other drops on paratransit. We talked a little bit before about low-floor buses and so on. Is this a viable option that people will use?
Having the drop rate decreased will help. Many people with disabilities have difficulty securing employment, therefore income levels are poor. I can't predict the future, but in terms of usage, but having the option, the alternative, is important, and I'm sure there will be usage.
Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Vendura, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Jennifer, thank you for coming and speaking on this important matter. It's good to see that. Question to you, Councillor O'Donnell mentioned about the rate and all that. How do you see it as we're moving forward with this, and maybe in the future adding more? How do you see this whole program developing and helping yourself and persons with disability?
I think just having an ability to be able to call, as you do, you can call a cab. I could call a cab, but I can't get one. So having an option to be able to call for an accessible taxi is extremely important. We had one delegation when we were in the last group that we met with who was thrown out of the hospital at 2 in the morning or 2:30, and there was no way she could get home, period. There was no option.
Thank you. One more. You're mentioning that Saskatoon is a little bit ahead of us. I mean, I know we are who we are as a city, and I think we are moving in the right direction. Do you think it's sufficient to what we are starting with? Is that a good start? And is it something we need to do a little quicker? Or what is your opinion on that, through Your Worship?
Well, I think having 10, an additional 6 this year will be good. But I would like to see the number accelerated over the next year or two.
Okay. Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for that.
We'll move on to our next delegation, although Melissa North, I believe, is not here, so if I can have receive and file her communication. Good evening, Mr. Livingston. Welcome, and if you could identify yourself. You have 10 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Thank you.
My name is Andy Livingston. I'm here to represent the Saskatchewan Human Rights Commission. I'm a member of staff there. His Worship, councillors, citizens, and guests. No, go ahead. Thank you. Hopefully it'll work. Is that better?
Sounds much better, yes.
Okay. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you on behalf of the Saskatchewan Human Rights Commission in support of changes to bylaws relating to the provision of accessible taxi services for persons with disabilities. I would like to take the opportunity to commend the work of Mr. Chow and Ms. Lai in crafting the proposed changes to the bylaw. It has been a pleasure to work with them on the Accessible Transportation Systemic Advisory Committee, and that's a mouthful, and to support the provision of accessible transportation services for persons with disabilities in Regina. Oh, you guys need an electric mic. The Commission has particular interest in three aspects of the bylaw amendments: the elimination of differential drop rates for people that require accessible taxi cabs due to disability or impairment, the possible increase in the number of accessible taxi licenses leading to an increased number of accessible taxis for hire by persons with disabilities, and thirdly, the provisions relating to the transportation of service animals. The Commission's position is that differential drop rates is inequitable and discriminatory. All citizens should be charged the same fare to travel the same distance in a taxi cab in a given municipality, whether they require accessible taxi service or not. For your information, the SHRC has previously worked with the City of Saskatoon to eliminate the differential drop rate for accessible taxi service in that city. That resolution was achieved amicably and with minimal delay. The Commission also supports changes that increase the availability of taxi cab services for people with disabilities in the City of Regina, and thereby help achieve service equity for persons with disabilities. The Commission would urge the Council and Administration to consider an implementation schedule that addresses this inequality in a timely manner. The Commission also strongly supports the provisions contained within the bylaw relating to the transportation of service animals in taxi cabs. In closing, I would like to thank the Mayor and Council for the opportunity to offer input into the development of the taxi cab service bylaws that achieve equity for persons with disabilities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Livingston, for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation at all? Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. I'd like to ask you the same question I asked Mr. McKenzie. Do you think the implementations this spring, do you think we'll see a marked improvement here in Regina?
I think there will be a marked improvement. I personally do not believe it is enough, and I think the city should move towards a greater number of taxi cab services. It allows people with disabilities within your city to have the choice to attend events without being reliant on time-specific transportation. I believe the services that are provided by your city are good, but could see improvement. But I think this puts the choice in the hands of the citizens and also allows them to attend time-sensitive events.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Murray. Oh, okay. No other questions, delegation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We can return to the gallery and move on to our next delegation, Terry Sleva. Good evening, Ms. Leva. If you could, for the record, identify yourself, and you have 10 minutes for your presentation as well.
Good evening. 2 late nights in a week. Wow. Your worship, members of City Council, and administration, and spectators. My name is Terry Sleva, and I represent the Regina Citizens Public Transit Coalition. I wish to commend you for your new initiative of permitting people with disabilities equal access to mobility, which has been enjoyed by ambulatory people in the past. It needs to be understood that being disabled is more expensive than not, and people with disabilities usually have a lesser income, which results in people becoming shut-ins. Because paratransit has so many trip refusals, options are limited for people with disabilities. We need more new vehicles on the road, with all of the new safety standards implemented. What I would like to see is all of the taxi drivers in Regina being given sensitivity training when it comes to transporting people with disabilities. I think it is woefully lacking. There need to be some strict regulations which are adhered to, or the penalties will be enforced. That being said, what are the incentives given to taxi drivers to transport people with disabilities, since it takes more time? People with disabilities shouldn't have to bear the burden of exclusion because taxi drivers give preferential treatment to the able-bodied segment of society. It is through no fault of our own that we became disabled. And who knows, one day you may join this select group of people. Doing the right thing the first time will be advantageous for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leva, for your presentation. Questions of the delegation? Councilor Fundura.
Thank you, Terry, for coming in this late, sticking out presenting. I'm going to ask a quick short question is, do you think this will help to start to work on that issue of having that option for you to move about Regina? Is this is a good start, through your worship?
This is a good start. The provincial government is implementing the disability strategy to make Saskatchewan the best place for people with disabilities to live. So yeah, it should have been started yesterday.
And I thank you for that, and I think I agree. So, I mean, we as an inclusive city, so I thank you for being here and this late and presenting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Fundura. Councilor O'Donnell, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, well, thanks very much. Good evening, and thanks for hanging in. You addressed, or you commented about the provincial plan. Can you tell me how this falls within that provincial plan, or is this separate, the idea of having more taxis, or was that consistent with the province is looking at as well?
I'm not on the advisory committee with them, so I wouldn't be able to speculate.
Thanks. We'll follow up.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor O'Donnell. No other questions? You're free to go. Thank you very much for your presentation and answering questions. Our last delegation on this subject is Sandy Archibald. Good evening, Ms. Archibald. If you could tell us who you represent. You have 10 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Am I on? Yes.
Yes, it's on.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors, for letting us speak tonight. My name is Sandy Archibald. I represent Regina Cabs Premier Taxi. Our family's been in the taxi business for over 35 years. speaking to some of the other issues on the report tonight and the meter rate change process. We would like Council to instruct the administration to meet with the industry annually each spring prior to the cost fare analysis calculation in order to consider any unusual expenses that the industry may have knowledge of prior to the calculation. For example, the last 3 years we've had a 15% increase from SGI, and that's very significant. The industry and the administration should have an open exchange of information well in advance of the calculation and any meter rate change recommendation, and then a follow-up meeting to confirm what the rate that the administration is recommending. We did meet with the administration in October, and we were told there'd be no increase because the percentage change wasn't large enough. There is no threshold amount set out in the bylaw. Later, in November, we received the report that there would be a meter rate increase. So we need to formalize the process for better communication and also to consider unusual expenses. During Dr. Monday's taxi study process, we were assured by the administration that the unusual expenses resulting from the recommendations would be factored in somehow, and we have yet to see that. The lottery license process, again, in Dr. Monday's taxi study, it was clear that the full-service taxi brokerage is important in the overall stability of the industry, serving as the backbone of the industry and an essential component to keep all the various to help to keep the various interests in balance. The administration's report reinforces that the presence of a full-service brokerage is key, however, to the industry's overall success. However, the lottery process doesn't lend itself to support the full-service brokerages. In the past, we've recommended various other options, including direct allocations of the accessible licenses to the brokerages, and the lottery system that would allocate a prorated number of lottery licenses, the winners of the lottery, to each brokerage to permit for orderly growth and continued ability for each brokerage to provide service to its customers. This is particularly significant with the accessible lottery licenses, as current customers of each brokerages move from using regular taxi service to requiring accessible taxi services in the future. A balanced allocation of the licenses would permit for improved service on each brokerage's client base, whether it's the general public, the care homes, the healthcare facilities, educational institutions, or for out and about just for the general public, as I say. With the taxi vehicle numbers, the number of taxis operating on the streets has increased dramatically in the last few years, with the addition of 6 lottery licenses in 2012, now 6 more in 2014, and 6 accessible in 2014 as well. The percentage allocation of seasonal licenses has moved from 30 to 37% of the regular and lotto licenses, and the seasonal license period is extended to 7 months as well. So by October 2014, there will be approximately a 20% increase in the number of taxis on the streets since 2011. However, our demand hasn't increased 20%. We are a demand-derived business. Either you need a taxi or you don't. While the city is growing, that does add to the potential customer base, but we must be cautious to keep a balance in the industry to ensure a continued supply of taxi drivers and that those drivers are seeing a reasonable return on their investment of time and money. Labor is an ongoing problem and training is continual. We are concerned it will become more difficult to recruit drivers for the accessible taxis because of the workload and the time considerations are more increased than driving a standard taxi. We request the administration and the industry, we request Council to direct the administration to meet with the industry to discuss these concerns arising from these proposals tonight prior to the administration reporting back to the Community and Protective Services Committee in June of 2015. We note that the city is precluded from charging more to the industry than the cost of administering the taxi licenses. Since many more taxis are being licensed, we believe the licensing costs should be reviewed and the fees should be reduced. In addition, the city is receiving the revenue generated from the lottery process, which could help to offset the cost of administering the taxi industry. We look forward to an analysis of the actual cost of the administration. The lottery license winners. We understand that this year the lottery license winners will be announced or provided by some means to the brokerages and maybe the general public, and we look forward to learning more about that process. Just this last Monday, we did, just an add-on here, we did receive notice from the city about an upcoming meeting with the administration to discuss the cost fare model, and we look forward to that. And in closing, the drivers and the industry appreciate the support for a meter increase, and we look forward to an improved, predictable process for the annual review. Thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Archibald, for your presentation. There are questions. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. Thank you for being so patient and waiting around tonight. And there is a question coming. So, why is it that Regina does have less accessible cabs than Saskatoon?
In Regina, it's set out in the bylaw how many accessible cabs there can be, and we're precluded from putting a wheelchair accessible taxi on a regular license. You cannot do that. So it's set out in the bylaw how many you can have, and there's been 2 that have been dormant for a number of years, and we have spoken to the administration trying to get those 2 released, re-let out, whatever the proper word is. And now there's the 3rd one that's dormant, so 3 of those could have been on the street in the past.
Thank you. So would Regina support a market for 21 accessible taxis?
Maybe over time. There is demand, and it is growing, and typically, in the taxi business in general, we're busy at rush hour at the beginning of the day and the end of the day, and people who use mobility aids are the same thing. They're going to work, they're going to school, they're going to the hospital, they're going to various places at the same time everybody else is. So our peaks in that business, I suspect, are the same as the peaks in the regular business.
So we heard from one of our delegations that they had a friend who was in the hospital who needed an accessible cab at 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock in the morning. So why wouldn't they be able to get a taxi at that time of the night with ability for accessibility or ability to accommodate somebody with who needs an accessible taxi?
Well, it's difficult to say what the circumstances were, what the date was, what the time was. I mean, the taxis do operate later into the evenings. Are they out there 24/7? Not all are all the time. It kind of works both ways. I mean, there's drivers out there, 1 o'clock in the morning meeting late night flights. The flight's delayed, and still the driver's there to pick up the customer as well. So it's the other challenge is the vehicles are more expensive and more difficult to replace than more expensive to replace than a regular taxi. So you don't want to put a lot of wear and tear on it or a lot more extra miles because the bulk of your business is during the 5 a.m. to 9 p.m. sort of business. So you want to kind of preserve your vehicle, I guess.
Thank you for that. Do you keep stats on how many calls are turned down, for example?
Well, I guess at a late night call, we wouldn't know necessarily about that. But also in the bylaw, if our company can't accommodate the trip at that time, we refer it to the next company and give a list of options to the customer to try the best to accommodate or juggle schedules. I know it's not always convenient, but sometimes it has to happen that somebody may have to go a little bit earlier, a little bit later to try to accommodate as best we can.
Great. Thank you for being so patient and answering all my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Other questions of the delegation? Councillor Fraser.
Great. Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thanks for your patience and both your presentation as well. First off, I'll ask the same question. Do you think we'll see some immediate change in service, a noticeable change in service for people using accessible taxis?
With having more on the road or the drop rate or both?
This spring, the package of changes we're seeing.
I suspect so. I hope so. It would help everybody, I guess. You'd be providing a better service because you don't like to ask your customer, gee, can you go a little earlier or can you wait? We'll be there in 20 minutes, but wouldn't you rather be there immediately?
Sure. So we've spoken in this forum a few times about this, I guess, but understanding that the issue is that on this provision of service that it does cost more to provide the service. Supposing we come back to this issue, I believe it's next June or so, it's coming back to council. Supposing that there are some glitches, do you think that you would be supportive of potentially an in-industry charge to sort of equal out the cost of buying new vehicles, the same as they have in Edmonton, or a similar program? Would you be open to that sort of suggestion?
Well, that's why I'd like the council to encourage the administration to meet with us prior to coming back in June to kind of go through some of those things to see how the uptake has been and whether that is a solution.
Okay. Great, I appreciate that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Other questions? Thank you. You can return to the gallery, and we'll now move on to the report. Councillor Flegel. So who?
I'm sorry. I was sure. Sorry. I'm thinking of the reports that are coming up that I won't be doing. So this is in for CR 14-15 and recommendations Community Protective Service Committee. No, I do not do this because it's February 6th. I wasn't here.
Thanks. Apologies for the delay. So yeah, I'd like to bring forward report CR 14-15.
We might just go through the recommendations quickly, Councillor Fraser, just to put them on the record.
All right, so a few of the points have been brought up here tonight, but a few changes we're looking at. The first is to equalize the drop rate between regular taxis and accessible taxis. That would mean raising the drop rate for if we can call it a regular taxi, a non-accessible taxi, let's call it that, from $3.80 to $4, and lowering the drop rate for an accessible taxi from $7 to $4. The changes also include changing the per meter rate for all taxis from 10 cents per 60 meters to 10 cents per 57 meters. That's the meter rate. The addition, removing the additional charge of $3 for transporting two non-ambulatory passengers from the same location to remove that. That 6 additional taxi cab licenses would be issued this spring. Accessible taxi license would be issued this spring, and that a lottery system would be used for issuing those licenses. That the city implement an accessible taxi cab to population ratio of 1 for every 11,000 residents here in the city. That all taxi cabs be required to accommodate at no additional charge service animals accompanying passengers with disabilities. That the city mandate the following technologies. That all taxi cabs will have electronic payment systems by the end of this year, GPS and computer-aided dispatch by the end of next year, and security cameras by the end of 2016. That the city mandate vehicle age requirements for accessible taxi cabs following the same requirements as non-accessible taxis for regular seasonal and temporary taxis, rather, sorry. That the amendment to bylaw number 9635, the taxi bylaw 1994, be approved. And that the city solicitor be instructed to make those changes. Thanks.
Councillor Price, you have some comments, questions?
I do. I'll start with some questions. So why did we not consider increasing the number to around 20 like Saskatoon?
Mr. Carlson?
Yes, Your Worship. I'd ask Ms. Scher to speak to this report.
Ms. Scher, please.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. We are on the population ratio basis. We should be around the 18 mark. And in response to the concerns about putting too many licenses on the street from the industry, we decided to phase it in, much as we did when we added some temporary taxis over the last couple of years. Certainly, if council would like to see us move faster, that would be a possibility as well.
So how often will we take a look at this until we ramp it up to the appropriate amount?
Through you, Your Worship, we intend to report back to you in June with a recommendation, should that be still necessary, to add as many more cabs as we believe can be accommodated in 2015.
Thank you. How do we ensure companies that transport people with disabilities are providing the same standards as the taxis are held to?
Sure, go ahead.
Sorry. Through you, Your Worship, we're requiring really, and this is, I think, a big part of some of the recommendations here, that the standards for accessible taxis come in line with those for all other taxis on the streets. So that is ensuring that they have GPS-aided dispatch, electronic payment options, the cameras in the taxis. It's a year behind what we've scheduled for regular taxis, only because it's a new requirement and we're giving people the same phase-in time.
Thank you. I think I'll rephrase my question. There are a group of vehicles that transport people in wheelchairs out there that are not licensed taxis. How do we ensure they are providing the same standard for safety and care for people with disabilities than our taxi cabs are held to?
Ms. Scher?
Through you, Your Worship, we don't have control over those non-licensed taxis, the same as we do not have control over non-licensed regular taxis who may be operating. It is contrary to bylaw, although there are some exceptions in terms of care homes and that sort of thing. So we don't actually have a program to investigate private provision that is not licensed. We assure those who are licensed. So,
So we have bylaws in place to make sure that we license taxis and accessible taxis, but we don't have any regulations for transport companies who transport people without that. Why do taxis even bother getting a taxi license then?
Ms. Scher?
Through you, Your Worship, I'm not quite sure I understand the question. That we don't regulate people who choose not to license?
Why aren't we holding them to a bylaw as well and a standard to ensure that we have a community that is providing safe transport for those who are using companies that are not licensed? Why do we have anything available to go out there and stop that from happening, or to ensure that they are being licensed?
Through you, Your Worship, we have not conventionally had the resources to do that sort of enforcement, which would require us to find these operators and pursue them through legal means. If it's something that we wanted to pick up as part of our taxi management strategy, I think that's something we can look into.
Thank you. I have had a few complaints throughout the last couple of years of companies who are transporting people, especially those with disabilities, in vehicles that they don't feel safe in. So I would like us to take a step to take a look at these companies to ensure that they are licensed appropriately. If they're providing taxi service, they should be licensed as a taxi. And if we're not doing that, we're missing something here. Why are taxi companies being responsible and licensing appropriately when we're not making sure that everybody's having to do that?
Mr. Carlson?
Yes, Your Worship. I think Mr. Chow might be able to add a bit to this conversation, please.
Oh, please go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, Your Worship. Right now, presently, we don't regulate the limousine services or private transport buses. Our regular taxi bylaw only regulates taxis. So the other types of transportation are regulated by SGI in terms of their safety.
So I could go out and provide a taxi service without being licensed as a taxi? Is that what you're saying? And call myself a transport company?
Mr. Chow?
Through you, Your Worship, no, because a taxi with a meter, it has to be regulated through our taxi bylaw. So if there's a taxi service without a meter and it's just a straight a set rate, that's not under our bylaw.
Okay. Me as a person, I find that very frustrating because I need to, as a human being, I need to ensure that people are providing safe care. If they're providing something for a fee, whether it be a flat rate, and normally they do a flat rate depending on where you're going, so it's not really a flat rate. It's from A to B, it costs this, but if you're going to C, it's going to cost more. So I'm frustrated by that, so I'd like us to do something and look into that if possible.
Mr. Chow, maybe you can answer this question. I want to interject here. It's outside our jurisdiction to legislate or by bylaw cover the limousine services and others you're speaking of. Is that correct? We just are not allowed to. Not that we don't want to, we just can't. Is that correct? Mr. Chow?
Through you, Your Worship, yes, that's right.
Thank you. Other speakers? Councilor Ventura.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question on delegation brought a question on sensitivity training. Is this something that did I miss something in the report here? Are we we're looking at some of that? Through you, Your Worship.
Ms. Scher?
Through you, Your Worship. That point was raised actually after the recommendations for the report were finalized, but we will be discussing it further with both the industry and with the Accessibility Advisory Committee to understand what we can do to make it a bit easier experience both for drivers and for passengers.
Okay, and then about the incentives for accessible taxi. I mean, they're a little more expensive. Have we discussed any of that stuff? I mean, it takes I mean, I've seen them in Calgary where they're quite nice vehicles, but they're a little more expensive and more expensive to operate and all other things. Are we looking at anything like that, or have it been discussed with the industry?
Ms. Scher?
Through you, Your Worship, we have, in response to Community and Protective Services Committee, prepared the appendix to this report, which looked at incentive programs across the country. This point has been raised every time the drop rate has been equalized in a community, and it has not been generally addressed by direct incentive to the taxi industry, Edmonton being an exception, which does an industry levy that they then redistribute. Typically speaking, those programs are either provincial retrofit programs, or they can be directed to the passengers. But typically speaking, we wouldn't see incentive programs directly from the municipality to a taxi industry.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Madura. Other questions on the report? Councilor O'Donnell.
Thanks, Your Worship. I'm curious about the lottery a little bit. I noticed from comment that there was made that we'll release the names. Is that accurate?
Ms. Scher?
Through you, Your Worship, yes, we will publish the names on the city pages this year. We have confirmed with legal that as long as we ask that question of applicants, it was something we can do under Freedom of Information.
Thank you. You anticipated my next question, but did we do this the last time?
Ms. Scher?
We did not, Your Worship, but we have confirmed that we can.
Thank you. I'll finish with, can I have some assurance that if we do release the names, and that if they so wish to go to a brokerage, that's fine, but there's no additional pressures for them to belong to a brokerage?
Ms. Scher?
Through you, Your Worship, actually of all the temporary licenses that were issued last time, they are all affiliated with the brokerage, last we've heard, and any recipient of these new accessible licenses can join any brokerage they wish, or they can choose to perhaps create their own and get a license for a brokerage.
Councilor Hinks?
Your Worship, Ms. Archibald asked about consulting with the taxi industry before these changes are made. Is there any reason that that isn't being done?
Ms. Scher?
Through you, Your Worship, just to clarify, there was consultation about the accessible taxi changes. I think what Ms. Archibald referred to was the general annual review of the rate setting model. And the process that we've had, I think, in the past can be improved. So we will commit to an annual program that we've established deadlines out with industry, including an opportunity to meet with them and hear what they feel may impact their prices under the council-approved model.
Thank you.
Other questions? Councilor Fraser? You'll be closing debate. Anybody else want to speak? The floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you. Just quickly to you, Mr. Mayor. I fully support these changes. I think they're good. Also, we have to appreciate that the taxi industry is regulated in a different way than really most other industries are here. So, for instance, the example that comes to mind is if someone wants to start a restaurant, there's some paperwork you have to go through, but there's no cap we put on the amount of restaurants, versus the taxi cab industry, there is a cap. So certainly, with rights come responsibilities, and my thought would be this will come back to committee next June, I believe it is, to see how this service is being provided. A real concern of the industry, and we have to recognize it is a real concern, that it does actually cost more to provide this service. Also have to recognize that accessible taxi cabs can be used as regular fares too. So we'll see how it goes in a year, and certainly I would strongly suggest that if we're not seeing the service we need, that we would consider an in-industry subsidy. That is to say that all taxi licenses would pay a bit of money that would be put towards a subsidy to help purchase more expensive accessible vehicles, versus the city trying to subsidize. Again, it could be within industry would be my preference, but I guess that will maybe be a conversation for next spring. So I plan to support this motion. Thanks.
Thank you very much. You close debate. So all those in favor of the report? Those opposed? That's carried. Move on to our next delegation, the Regina Humane Society. Lisa Coe. It's been a long evening. I appreciate your patience. If you could identify yourself and who you represent, you have 10 minutes for your presentation, and maybe questions afterwards.
Good Good evening, Your Worship and members of City Council. My name is Lisa Cook, Executive Director of the Regina Humane Society. Joining me to speak in support of the Regina Humane Society's request to partner on a new animal control and shelter center is Steve Battistolo, Regina Humane Society Director of Operations. Established in 1964, the Society was founded to provide shelter for neglected, abused, and abandoned animals, as well as investigation services to enforce the Animal Protection Act of Saskatchewan and the Criminal Code of Canada. These services continue to be funded solely through voluntary donations and self-generated income. In 1988, the Regina Humane Society entered into an agreement with the City of Regina to provide impound services and closed the City Pound. In 1998, bylaw enforcement was also contracted to the Regina Humane Society. Over the past 25 years, the City of Regina and the Regina Humane Society have forged a long-standing positive partnership to provide streamlined and centralized animal services which ensure health, safety, and emotional well-being for Regina's people and animals in a financially prudent manner. Based on the 2013 Animal Services Contract and the Regina Animal Bylaw, the Regina Humane Society provides essential municipal animal services to the City of Regina on a fee-for-service basis, including animal control, bylaw enforcement, animal impound, and public education. Regina Humane Society field operations ensures continued public health and safety through delivery of services addressing numerous issues, including animals at large, bites and attacks, abandoned animals, and assist provided to Regina Police and Fire Services. In 2013, the Regina Humane Society accepted 4,337 animals into its care. Regina Humane Society Impound provides assessment, treatment, housing, care, and disposition services in compliance with industry standards and veterinary regulations. A multitude of expenses are incurred in the delivery of animal impoundment, including vaccinations, emergency medical care, population health maintenance, disease outbreak response, euthanasia, and zoonotic disease monitoring, to name but a few. Messages of empathy, kindness, and respect and responsibility are communicated through the Society's education programs. The Regina Humane Society provides the City of Regina with a suitable level of service at a reasonable cost, as well as many value-added benefits, including safe and humane animal handling expertise, donated supplies and services, volunteer resources, accessible spay-neuter, and community outreach programs. Our collaboration has set the bar nationally. Our innovative, cost-effective, and life-saving animal welfare programs have resulted in one of the lowest community euthanasia rates for an urban center in the country. We want to continue leading together. The existing partnership between the Regina Humane Society and the City of Regina offers many benefits to our community. It maintains one point of service, eliminates service duplication, shares resources, blends autonomy and collaboration, supports quality and specialized service, reduces costs, provides value-added benefits, and strengthens both organizations. However, while our programs and services provided in partnership are exceptional, our facility is not. The Regina Humane Society cannot continue to operate in its existing facility. Built over 30 years ago with volunteer labor and donated materials, the facility does not meet minimum occupational and public health, safety, accessibility, and fire standards, nor achieve the biosecurity necessary to prevent the spread of both zoonotic, which is animal-human transfer, and canine-feline disease. Upgrading the facility to meet both human and animal health and safety standards is not an option due to the severity and the scope of the existing problems. We have a practical vision for our city to develop a new animal community center in the City of Regina which increases service capacity to meet the needs of our growing community, aligns with best practice standards and community values by offering alternatives to animal euthanasia, fulfills impound and enforcement roles on behalf of the City of Regina, which eliminates facility, training, and staff duplication, uses our 25 years of experience and expertise to deliver cost-effective, efficient, and sustainable services, serves as a catalyst for positive change in our community through education and community partnership, and represents a unique asset and trusted brand in our city. A mutually beneficial partnership with the City of Regina is an ideal way to proceed to bring this vision to reality. The vision is the most effective way to deliver these services. It allows the City of Regina and the Regina Humane Society to share the responsibility, the delivery, and the success of the center. Simply put, we are better together. The Regina Humane Society provides the expertise to successfully develop and execute a facility of this scope, as well as a trusted brand which supports fundraising capacity for a multi-million-dollar capital campaign, which will comprise over half of project costs. Following consultation with animal facility design experts and examination of service delivery models, the Humane Society retained Swat Myers Architects of San Francisco, a nationally acclaimed firm in animal care facility design, to develop project plans, conceptual designs, and budget requirements for the project. These materials, along with a community capacity assessment completed by KCI Ketchum Canada, and a capital campaign plan were submitted to the City of Regina in a 130-page business case in October of 2012. In June 2013, the Humane Society submitted a written request for the City of Regina to negotiate a continuing partnership in the development of a new animal community center. Faced with a deteriorating facility, escalating construction costs, labor shortages, and a growing population which increases demand for the services we provide, the time to move forward is now. As we prepare to enter the formal building design phase of the new facility, the Regina Humane Society needs to confirm the City's partnership in the delivery of animal services in our new facility. Should the City of Regina wish to continue as partners, support and input will be needed in the planning stage of the new facility to ensure the long-term needs of both parties are being met in the design and functionality of the animal center. The Regina Humane Society wishes to continue the partnership as we are proud of our ability to deliver essential services on behalf of the City of Regina. Our vision aligns with the vision of the City of Regina, to make our community the most vibrant, inclusive, attractive, sustainable community where people live in harmony and thrive in opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Cook, for your presentation. There may be questions from members of council. Questions? Councilor O'Donnell?
Thanks, Your Worship. Good evening. I think it's still evening. You provide a little more information today than was discussed at executive, so I think you have something in mind. So if you would just mind telling me this, approximately the style or size of building, but also the land that is outside of that you're looking at as a requirement.
Yeah, what we're looking for is, with the current plan or business case that we put together, is land of approximately 2.6 acres. And on that land, we're looking at about a 30,000 square foot building.
And so that I can understand outside of the building, that's, I'm no expert on this, but I think you also have something in mind outside the building. So I'm assuming a parking lot, I'm assuming a front door entrance.
Well, absolutely. We're looking at parking, staff parking, public parking. Obviously, it's a public facility, and also areas for dog runs and agility training.
Your Worship, sometime along the way, from some discussion somewhere about this, I heard the phrase community center. Describe that to me from your point of view.
A community center is a place where people could come together to enjoy animals and appreciate animals, but it's a place, a destination spot, really. Right now, the Regina Humane Society is located on the periphery of the city. It is not accessible through bus transport. Being a part of the community certainly allows us to provide better services to the target areas where we see the most animal welfare issues. It also provides the opportunity for people with limited access to transportation to visit the Regina Humane Society, to volunteer, to adopt. So the Animal Community Center vision that we have is one that is very vibrant, where people can come and visit and spend time, a place where community groups can meet, school groups can tour. So it would become a vibrant part of the community, not something that is excluded on the external areas of the community.
Thank you, Councilor O'Donnell. Councilor Bryce.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you a couple of questions. Why didn't you go with a local architect? And I sort of know the answer to this. Why did you choose somebody from San Francisco?
George Myers has designed animal care facilities all over the world. His expertise as an architect consultant in terms of the waste management systems and the HVAC systems related specifically to biosecurity in the care of animals in large-scale animal facilities is unparalleled, and that is why we started with him, and certainly we would retain him in some sort of consultant capacity in order to be able to direct those aspects of a project.
For best practices, I'm assuming.
And just add on to that, we will be securing a local architect for the design phase.
Okay, great. I also want to talk about the euthanasia. A couple of years ago, you changed how you did things, and you went, and I don't want to put words on your mouth, but you went to a no kill, less kill, I'm not sure the exact wording of it, to ensure that all healthy animals have a chance at life. Can you explain a little bit more about that? I'll turn off my microphone to hopefully not mess things up still.
Yes, we have a plan. We have a strategic plan, and certainly we didn't do it alone. And I think that is the most important thing to focus on. In our community, we work in partnership. We work in partnership with the City of Regina. We work in partnership with the veterinarians, with the rescue groups, with the pet stores in our city. And because we work in partnership, we've been able to turn the corner. Where euthanasia has been reduced by 45% in the last 5 years. Adoption numbers are record-breaking. With every pet store in the City of Regina actually acting as a satellite adoption facility, we partner with rescue groups in the community to sterilize their animals through our spay-neuter clinic in an accessible fashion. And we work with the veterinarians in our community who actually provide spay-neuter support to us and support to the animals who need medical services that we're unable to provide on site. And so that has really led to some phenomenal, what we call live release rates at the Humane Society, where animals are leaving in a wonderful condition. They're healthy and well-adjusted, and the incoming number of animals is reduced as well.
Great. You anticipated my next question, which would be the community involvement that you have with the spay and neuter program. So thank you, and thank you for all you do for the animals and families in our city.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you for coming over. Quick question: as we're looking at investment and partnerships and all that, I know what that means. I'd like to hear from you. Benefit investing on behalf of the city. What does it look like? What are we benefiting from as a human society? What are we getting? Who are we in the City of Regina in animal control and all the other aspects in the big picture? Because we're looking at an investment here. So can you, to your worship, give me a little bit of an overview?
We in Regina actually benefit from a bit of a unique situation in the long-term partnership between the Humane Society and the City of Regina. Many other communities, there's actually a city pound, city animal control, and also a Humane Society or an SPCA within that community. The synergy of us and the city together eliminates a lot of unnecessary duplication and expense on both ends, and truly is a benefit to the community.
Thank you, Worship. And you were mentioning with the facility and being on a transit route and all that. As we speak of things now in your facility, the way things are, what's the population that you reach out to actually help, and what would you be reaching with a new facility? Saving animals, all the things as we go in the future with the new facility. I'm looking at an investment.
We last year had about 4,300 animals come through the shelter. About 3,600 of those animals were city animals. About 85% of the animals that enter our shelter are from the city, and about 80% of those come through from the central core through the middle of the city. In some cases, the more economically challenged areas within the city. Our desire is to relocate into the city, closer to those areas where we can truly service the needs of the community.
Okay, to your worship, excuse me, your range is it goes further out than just the City of Regina. So we were talking about the regional cooperation. Can you just give me a little bit of how far do you go, to your worship?
Our organization actually wears two hats. The Regina Humane Society, while having a contract to provide animal control and impound for the City of Regina, also enforces the Animal Protection Act of Saskatchewan within the City of Regina, and also within around about a 25-mile circle around the city as well. But that's a provincial act, an animal cruelty act. But that's separate and different from the service that we provide for you.
Thank you for that. And the comment is it's a great partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fandura. Other questions of the delegation? Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. I had the good fortune to visit you last year, and the work you do is outstanding. It's not just suitable, as your report said, and you do it in a building that should have been torn down years ago. So my question, I do have a question. My question is, what is the timeline that you're looking at here? Your building is in such poor shape. I don't think that you want this to take a great deal of time. So what is what's the timeline you'd like to see?
We want to move forward on this as quickly as possible. Absolutely, the building is in very, very poor condition. It's not a matter of a want versus a need. It is a need. We would like to open the doors on the new facility within 3 years, and obviously to achieve that objective, we need to move forward on the planning process aggressively.
You, Councillor Young. Councillor Hinks.
I'd like to say you do great work too, and I'm really used to seeing you on TV holding a cat or a dog leash. It's funny not seeing you as not having a cat in your hand or a dog leash. But coming back to the facility, do you have a specific part of Regina or a piece of property that you're scouted out, or has that groundwork been done at all, or?
We have met with the administration, and we've looked at a number of properties throughout the city that are of the approximate size, 2 to 3 acres of open area. We've identified a short list, but at this point we're still discussing the potential to be able to access some of those sites.
You see some possibilities for a location out there then, do you?
That's correct.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hinks. Other questions? You're off the hook now. Thank you. You return to the gallery, and we'll now consider the report. Councillor Fraser.
Thanks. I'd like to bring forward report CR 14-16. So this is about the Regina Humane Society request for a new animal control and shelter center. So the report recommends that the Executive Director of Community and Planning and Development be authorized to negotiate our agreement for the planning and the scope of the project, and that the Director also be authorized to negotiate an extension of our contract with the Humane Society by 1 year. Also that the administration be directed to evaluate possible alternatives of the delivery of service for animal control and shelter to residents, and then the report come back to Council in 2004, by the end of June 2014 with the findings. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Are there any members of Council want to comment on this report? Councillor O'Donnell?
Thanks. I spoke once. I couldn't ask this question when other information was provided. So I heard that they have a regional approach as well. Is that funded at all through the province as well? In other words, is that a revenue source for them as well?
Ms. Scher?
Through your worship, no, I do not believe it is. It's managed through the donations that the Regina Humane Society collects from their sponsor base.
I could say something, but I'm getting tired. I won't say that now.
Say it, I will.
Yeah, well, I'm wondering, in terms of, there's been other bills in Canada, so I'm wondering when this report comes back, are we also going to see some comparatives in terms of cost sharing from other cities, please?
Ms. Scher?
Through you, your worship, we certainly will be providing council with a range of options that we feel are well suited for maintaining the relationship with the Humane Society, as well as the good public policy work that goes in terms of other options that we'd like council to be aware of.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Other questions? I'll make a comment that an undertaking by the administration to look at regional partnerships on this, to assist the Humane Society to do that, actual request that be formalized. I can't move that as a motion. If someone wants to do that as part of this, I think it's important as a matter of principle and a matter of fairness that we have this done. Councillor O'Donnell?
If I could, I would like to have an investigation done on the possibilities of a regional mandate that already exists, and if we can engage some of our partners around it, obviously benefit from these services.
Thank you.
Please.
Within that, what you're really saying is that this would be a financial partnership as well, ultimately, if those who receive the service should pay for it. That's what
I'm inferring that, and would be welcome to the province contributing as well.
That's exactly what I'm saying. So that is an amendment. Would be, I take that as a number 6 on the report. To the amendment, any comments? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Motion, or any comments on the report as amended? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now we'll go to the bylaw, the taxi bylaw. Councillor Fraser.
I moved, seconded by Councillor Young, that bylaw 2014-1, or I have to introduce it first, or?
Just introduce it first.
Okay. I'd like to introduce then bylaw 2014-1.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
So now we're reading it the first time. Or
that was the first reading.
Okay,
the second reading now.
Thank you. I move, seconded by Councillor Murray, that bylaw 14-1 be read a second time.
Any comments on the report or bylaw? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Flagel, that Council hereby consent to the bylaw 2014-1 going to a third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
I move, seconded by Councillor Burnett, that bylaw 2014-1 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Move on to reports from Community Protective Services. Councillor Fraser, you're up again. This is the 2013 Youth Forum.
Busy night at the mic here. Okay, so I'd like to introduce CR 14-17. This is about the 2013 Youth Forum. This is recommendation for receive and file.
Councillor Bryce, I believe, has some comments on this one. Councillor Bryce.
I do. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge the chair of the Youth Advisory Committee, Conrad Hewlett. Want to give us a wave there? Well, I think just a wave is good because you're not actually on the agenda to actually speak. So this is to do with the forum that we had this year that was held at the university, and it was an Eyes Wide Open forum. And this has to do, we've all heard about it before, 3 or 4 times. So it had to do with the youth volunteering in the community, partnering with the U of R. So it was a great success. I know it's a late hour, so I won't go into the exact details because we've all heard about it a number of times. So I'll leave it at that.
Just to add to that, Mr. Hewitt, as part of the committee, his work did a great job putting this on. A great deal of work went into organizing that. Councillor Fendura. Question of the administration, yep.
Yes, question of the administration to you. Just to question, there was so many different groups that were involved that were presenting. It was I guess there was 40 some tables of different groups. Can someone give me what happened? The youth that worked at got some networking happen. So what happened from that? Would we know if someone is helping somewhere in another group? How did that turn out? What's the?
You're looking for a follow-up to the. Okay. I'm not sure. Mr. Holden.
Through you, Your Worship, there were 210 youth that attended on that day. There were 80 organizations that were presenting and sharing information about their organizations. And I guess the best information we have is there was a survey done after the event, and 92% of those participants have indicated that they are considering volunteering with one of those organizations.
Thank you for clarifying. That was my question. That was my thing. How powerful? What came out of that one? So that's good news. Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much for that. Other questions or comments on the report? Councillor Young.
Brief comment, just that I'm really pleased to see that the next one that's coming up, that there are partners involved. which I think is really very positive. They were partners on this one too, but this one looks like it's much more in depth. And thank Conrad for coming this time of night, and I hope you brought homework with you, so it wasn't a wasted time.
Thank you, Councillor Young. I'll call the question on the report. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Move to 14-18, the 2014 Youth Advisory Committee Forum.
Okay, thanks. I'd like to bring forward CR 14-18, and this is the plans for this year's event, and the recommendation is to approve. Thanks.
Okay. Questions or comments on this? Councillor Bryce.
I'm sorry, can we ask Conrad to come forward to answer any questions about this, or
We
to
certainly can.
give us information about it?
So now you have to introduce yourself formally and be subjected to questions.
And faulty microphones, apparently. My name is Conrad Hewitt, and I am the chair of the Youth Advisory Committee. I'd like to apologize. I wasn't actually planning on being able to be here tonight. I double booked with an exam, but the zoning bylaw amendments appear to have gone kind of long, so I was able to drive over here and field questions. So would you like me to speak on the report or just field questions?
Perhaps answer questions that Councillor Bryce
yes.
may have for you.
If you could just tell us a little bit about what's going to happen this year, that would be great.
This year, we're going to be partnering with the Regina Capel Health Region to put on the event Energize at Dallas Valley Ranch Camp. It's going to be for students who have been involved in the Take the Lead program, which is effectively a program which instills in young people from grades 5 to 7 positive, healthy lifestyle choices and physical activity and things of that nature to bring into their schools and to try to spread within their communities. So this event is it's sort of a celebration of those students, and it's going to feature events that take advantage of the Dallas Valley facilities, the climbing wall, the riding ring, activities that embody the healthy lifestyle and positive choices that the program entails.
Thank you.
Any other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much. And I'll ask for any more comments on the report before I call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Next report is report 19. Councillor Fraser.
Sure, I'd like to bring forward report CR 14-19. This is the renewal of the contract with, I hope I get this right, Atascoda. Is that close? Yeah, good partnership we have about picking up large items in back alleys. And the motion is to approve or to renew our contract for 2 years. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Murray, you have some questions?
Oh, just a comment that it's a great service and it's offered through a youth restitution program. So it does provide a huge, fills a huge need in picking up large bulky items. So it's a great group and they work very hard to keep our community nice and clean.
Not just North Central, but right around the city.
Correct. Covers the whole city. So there is a kind of a grid pattern. They follow through the inner city, but they also do cover the entire city.
Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if we have stats on how often we use this group.
Mr. Chow, you're going to tell us.
Perfect.
It's a regular service, Councillor Bryce, I believe.
Oh, I know.
Through your worship, we use it on a weekly basis, and it's driven on a complaint. So, if there is an item on site in the alley, we would investigate, and if it's not determined where it came from, then we will utilize their services.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. I'll call the question. Councillor Fendura.
Sorry, Your Worship, I know it's late, but I heard saying it was the whole city. The total from coast to coast to coast of our city, border to border, every area, just phone?
Because back alleys, I believe.
Anyone with back?
Mr. Chow?
Through your worship, yes, it is from city to city, the entire city. What they do is they have a proactive area that they cover the North Central and Heritage neighborhood, and all other neighborhoods we would receive a complaint through Service Regina, and then it gets transferred to their community, their group, and then they would go and remove the items from the other parts of the city.
Just one quick question to Your Worship. Financially, we adding more finances if we know everything's still the same. Can you give me that? What's happening in that?
Mr. Chow?
So, Your Worship, the cost is, and we did an analysis throughout the, through the history, and we've expanded from the original program starting in 2001, and within the last 2 years, the cost was around $60,000.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Federa. Other questions or comments on the report? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We now move to Executive Committee reports. Report 14-20. Councilor Fraser.
Thank you. I'd like to bring forward report CR 14-20. This is about out-of-scope general wage increase, and the recommendation from Executive Committee is that the general wage increase for out-of-scope employees at the city be raised by 3%. Thanks.
Okay. Comments on this report? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councilor Fraser.
All right. Next is CR 14-21, appointment of municipal ward commission members. The Justice Darren C. Chow, David Button, and Jim Nickel be appointed to the Municipal Ward Commission for the term of office to expire upon completion of the ward boundary review and filing of the required report to City Council. And then also that Justice Darren C. Chow serve as the chair of the commission. Thanks.
This is because of the altered boundaries that we just annexed into the land as of January 1st. Comments or questions on this report? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Councilor O'Donnell.
Worship, on behalf of Planning Commission, this is in the Skyview subdivision. There is a road that we would like to have renamed. It was simply an extension of what is already there. Little Pine Loop, please. We're looking for concurrence.
Comments on this report? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We have a communication and some information reports. Move for those, please.
I'll move the recommended disposition of the communications and the information reports.
Seconder, please. Okay, seconded. Any comments on the reports? This is on the Mr. Harris Advisory Committee and the Executive Committee, closed Executive Committee items. Any comments? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councilor O'Donnell.
Thank you again from Planning Commission. This is a condominium policy bylaw and policy update. It is just I'm going to call it, this is a cleanup of some previous definitions and so on, but also some clarity into some things that were happening in the community, and I'm going to leave it at that.
Any comments on this report? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And we have the Community Services, Protective Services. Councilor Fraser.
I'd like to bring forward CR 14-25. This is changes to the property maintenance bylaw. So just changing a few definitions. I believe it's all come from people who work on the front lines of bylaw. So
more housekeeping issues, I think, isn't it? Yes.
Housekeeping.
Okay. Comments or questions on this report? Councilor Young.
Question I have is garage or carport for junked vehicles. Does a carport fulfill the issues that we've been facing in Regina Appeals Board?
Mr. Chow.
Through Your Worship, the answer is yes for Councillor Young's question. It has to do with a structure that has to have a building permit, and through a building permit, it has to have, it's a garage or a carport, and they both have to have a building permit.
Thank you, Councilor Young. Other comments or questions on the report? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Bylaws. We have 6 bylaws. Councilor Fraser.
Thank you.
move. It says seconded by Councillor Fraser, but I guess I can't do that.
You can't do that.
I moved, seconded by Councillor O'Donnell, the bylaws 2014-10, 2014-13, 2014-16, 2014-17, 2014-18, and 2014-20 be introduced and read a first time.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor O'Donnell again, that bylaws 2014-10, 13, 16, 17, 18, and 20 be read for a second time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Hinks, that Council hereby consent to bylaws 2014-10, 13, 16, 17, 18, and 20 go to a third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
I move, seconded by Councillor Fundura, that bylaws 2014-10, 13, 16, 17, 18, and 20 be read for a third time at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Move adjournment, Your Worship.
Seconder? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much, everybody, and good night.